giving you a little heads up.
It is. And another one the next morning. I'm glad you. I'm great. So this is correct. He's been playing since 2014. Well, good evening, everyone. Today is Tuesday, May 17th, 2022. The time is 6 p.m. and the regular meeting of the following will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the City as Housing Assets successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Becerra.
Present.
Councilmember Gomez. Present. Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Mayor Jones.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And before we move on to the invocation, the Pledge of Allegiance, I just want to make everyone know that we have a former mayor of the town of Apple Valley here with us this evening, Mr. Art Bishop. Welcome to our meeting. All right, we're going to have our invocation this evening by Father Hyacinth, and that's going to be followed by our Pledge of Allegiance with Lieutenant Eddie Bachman. Father.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Almighty God and Father, by your goodness and mercy, this council is in session today in your service and the service of humanity, especially the people of the city of Victorville. Your will is that all your people should live out their full potentials in love, peace, freedom, justice, unity, progress, and prosperity. With this need in mind, the city council members are gathered here to discuss and approve ways to achieve the maximum potentials which you have freely endowed on this city. Send down the power of the Holy Spirit to enlighten all discussions today for the greater glory of the people and the glory of your holy name. We make our prayers through Christ our Lord.
Amen.
May the blessing of Almighty God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit descend upon you now and forever. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Father.
Thank you.
Lieutenant.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Face the flag, place your hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
All right, thank you again, Father. Thank you, Lieutenant. All right, we're now going to move on to our proclamation, our special presentation this evening. So would Alberto Jasso and Melissa Castro please come forward and join me in front of the dais? We're good? Everyone can see who you are. Well, I am very pleased to recognize the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians for their generous grant that allowed us to provide an animal kennel at our interim homeless shelter. Because of the animal kennel, we are now able to encourage more of our community's homeless to enter our shelter where they can be connected to essential services to help them stabilize their lives. And at the same time, know that they won't be separated from their beloved pets. San Manuel Band of Mission Indians has a tremendous culture of giving, and we are grateful for your collaboration with the City of Victorville to bring positive change to those in need. On behalf of the entire Victorville City Council, I am pleased to present you with this plaque, and then after that, I'll invite you to say a few words if you'd like to. Try to not put my fingerprints on it. All right, so San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, for your generous support of our homeless shelters animal kennel. Congratulations and thank you so much. Please.
Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Alberto Jasso, and this is my colleague, Melissa Castro. And this evening, we have the pleasure to accept this award from the City of Victorville. As part of the Tribe Serrano Ancestral Lands, we're really excited to partner with the City of Victorville. One of the things that's very important for the tribe is to continue to be good stewards of their lands, of their environment, of the animals, and all those who inhabit the Tribe Serrano Ancestral Lands. And this is why we're here today, to celebrate the city's accomplishment of the Animal Kennel Project, and we really are excited to continue to work with the City of Victorville. This is why we're here. We're really excited for all the great opportunities and new partnerships that we can form. So thank you for having us this evening.
Well, we are going to be very, very grateful for many, many years to come. And again, on behalf of the entire City Council, congratulations. All right, now we're going to move on to the next item, which let's see, Madam Clerk, will you kindly present the agenda and any revisions there too?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's revisions to agenda item number 3. There was a typo as to the original council compensation amount, which affected other amounts. However, the total compensation was not affected.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on, do any council members have any conflict of interest declarations to make? No, ma'am. Hearing, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and move on to our introduction to public comments. But before I do that, Madam Clerk, are there requests to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. All right, well, everyone, welcome to tonight's meeting of the Victorville City Council. Your city council is interested in your ideas and opinions and furthermore endeavors to incorporate them into its deliberations. At the same time, the city council must be able to carry out its business in an organized and efficient manner free from material disruption. Therefore, this meeting will be administered in accordance with the council's established policies and procedures and Government Code Section 54957.9. Individuals may speak on agenda items or on issues not posted on the agenda during the public comment section, providing those issues are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city council. Individual speakers may address the council once per public comment period and once per each public hearing item for up to 3 minutes. Additional time may be allocated for appeal hearings in accordance with the city's adopted policy and procedures manual. Those who desire to comment on a public hearing item this evening may wish to reserve their remarks until that particular public hearing item has been opened. All testimony is to be directed solely to the council. And although open meeting laws do not permit council members to engage in dialogue with any speaker during the public comment periods, please know your comments and questions may be taken into consideration by council members when discussing that particular agenda item. The presiding officer may briefly respond or have staff respond to statements or questions, or may request that the staff report back to the council at a subsequent meeting. Speakers are requested to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individual council members who speak as a member of the public do so without the semblance or presumption of authority derived from their public office and are subject to the same meeting rules of conduct and decorum as other public participants. Whether attending this meeting in person or via Zoom, once comments are invited, the speaker will be called on by name, then recognized by the presiding officer. The speaker will state the item number or numbers that will be addressed, or that the subject is a non-agendized matter. Audience members may not disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting. And those who do are subject to removal pursuant to Penal Code 403. Your understanding and cooperation are appreciated. And again, welcome everyone. Madam Clerk, may we have our first in-chamber speaker?
Our first speaker for general comments is Shalene.
Good evening and welcome, Shalene. Yes, ma'am, welcome.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you again, Council, for hearing my grievances. My name is Shalene, and I'm a disabled adult for many years. I was wrongfully ejected from the shelter over on George Boulevard for no reason, no warnings, no violations. Mind you, I have my nose, so I apologize. I was busy, for which I never received my contract, a copy of my contract as to the 48 hours that I had given them. I was kicked out for retaliation on grievances, multiple grievances and complaints that was not being followed. 24 hours prior to my ejection, my son and I had returned back from Lancaster because I had doctor appointments. He was injured in my car while we were driving back, came back with a black eye. The staff and clients did not even question me about what happened. Automatically assumed. They called the police, and at that point, my son and I were both interviewed. And at the time, we were interviewed separately. And the fact of the matter, there was no charges. There was no evidence to support the accusations done by the shelter staff and clients. They never questioned me about the incident. Now, I was also refused by the staff to hear my side of the story. There were even multiple occasions where I tried to speak to them and they brushed me right off. And in light of the incident, I also, that night, night before that I was evicted and removed, I had spoken to 3 different members. I had spoken to Diego, I had spoken to Ernie, and I had spoken to Kevin B., who is one of the caseworkers. And I told him before, excuse me, I'm sorry, that I was getting a room and basically giving myself the space for all the stress that was being done for the last 3 days prior to that. It happened a week ago today, and last Thursday by 4 o'clock, they were removing me. So at that point, I decided that I was gonna take some time away for the stress for 24 hours. I came back on the 12th, and at that point, I went to go check on my dogs. And after that, it was a point where I was told that I need to speak to my case manager, Angela Dean. Well, I wasn't informed till that afternoon. When I returned, there was an incident happening at the shelter for which I didn't know anything about until I returned with my son. At that point, Angela aggressively came to my car and asked my son to get out of the car. But the point of it being is that this is all in retaliation
Your time is up.
already.
Shalene, thank you very much. And I want you to know this council takes your comments very seriously. Mr. Metzler, is there a way that we can follow up with Ms. Shalene?
Yeah, if we can get some contact information.
Yeah, I'll be happy to supply anything you need, name, phone number, email, anything you need.
Send to the city clerk.
Thank you very
Would
much.
you like me to stay after that?
Can you give the information to our city clerk?
I sure can.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right,
We
thank you for your
appreciate
time.
Yes. All right, Madam Clerk, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Alicia Hester.
Good evening and welcome, Ms. Hester.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here on behalf of a huge part of your community. My sibling, Sam Garland, was struck by a car crossing the crosswalk on April 4th, just last month, in the intersection of Condor and Mojave. Sam was launched into the air, and the distance they traveled before they met the ground was about the half of a football field. Sam died alone. They died with no family around them. They didn't get to say goodbye to their son or their husband or their mom. They were a therapist to a very marginalized group of individuals, people who really need somebody, and Sam was able to connect with these people. I would like to take into consideration, for you guys to take into consideration, doing something about the pedestrian accidents, because as I read on every day, there seems to be more and more incidents where a pedestrian is hit by a car, or people just aren't paying attention, or there's a hit and run that involves pedestrian. And the comments that I read from different areas of the community online are just atrocious. Things like thinning the herd, and they act as though people who are walking across the street taking a nighttime stroll like they're bad people. And I really think that if anybody can do something about this, it's people who work in areas like public works or traffic control or the transportation committees that so many of you are a part of. If anybody can do this, it's this group of people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hester. Yes, you may.
Ma'am, I know it doesn't help now, but there is already in the works a traffic signal going in at that intersection, correct, Brian? Mojave and Condor.
Ms. Hester, thank you so much for taking the time to come, and this council offers our condolences to you. Thank you.
Our next speaker on general comments is Deanne Hudgens.
Good evening, Ms. Hutchins, and welcome.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Another shooting in Victorville this week in the field between Walmart and Kohl's. I heard they were 13 or 14-year-olds. Evidently, one shot the other and shot themselves, or I'm not certain exactly what the circumstances were. Were they living in that field? I was going to say vacant or empty field, but that's not accurate. They are actually living units in that field. Why? Possibly, probably the answer is private property. I see signs posted regulating, I see city signs posted regulating RVs on the streets and neighborhoods. Is there nothing that can be done to prevent people from setting up their habitat any place they choose? Shootings in neighborhoods, at the mall, and in parking lots. When I see a headline about crime, I hope it's someplace other than Victorville, but it usually isn't. Maybe we could consult with other cities that have had big crime problems about addressing them, crimes and shootings, and maybe there's some resolution if they've improved their numbers. I'm truly amazed that builders are building and selling new homes in Victorville. Why should I fear going to the grocery store, getting my nails done, or going for a walk? I know Victorville has hired additional law enforcement, but they can't be everywhere. Aren't there ordinances, regulations, or codes that can be implemented and enforced? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchins. Madam Clerk.
That concludes general public comment. We do have public speakers for items 1 and 2.
All right, then that concludes our public comment.
No,
In chambers, I'm sorry.
I had mentioned to you that I
Oh,
wanted
my
to speak as
apologies.
well.
Yes, my apologies, Member Gomez. Please go ahead and make your way to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, Councilmember Gomez is going to speak this evening as a member of the audience. And of course, Ms. Gomez, welcome.
So I have a couple of members that I'm supporting as well. You've heard members of the public come and give their time to you. They could have been taking care of their sickly dogs or their family members who are also probably in hospice. A lot of these members were here sharing very vulnerable stories to you. And a lot of the times it's very unfortunate, but we look like we're statues that we don't care and that we don't reach out. And so a lot of times when I talk to them personally, I have them understand that there's a level of care, and if I need to come and speak on their behalf, to know that we are listening, I would. So you heard about the importance of the traffic-wide survey to begin to distill measures that allow for curvature of the behavior of drivers. You also recently heard that I had requested a citywide survey for many things. The survey were for response times, lights, and other issues that were concerning to our neighbors. We, the City Council, have received emails from specific commenters that have not been addressed accordingly. So my voice on behalf of them is, what will we do to agendize their concerns so we don't just have one member, but more than one? Next, we had issues related misconduct, retaliation, harassment, and other negligent behaviors that are affecting women, men, and disabled people who are in the facility of West Winds, the interim homeless shelter. And I'm here to rebuke the lack of attention and unmeritorious behavioral acts that are causing undue stress to the commenter that came up here and spoke. They're using their color of authority, subduing and minimizing the voice of the most vulnerable. We have ARPA funding. We're very responsible, and I don't think we have to hold responsibility on an agency when we ourselves are not holding them accountable. So please listen to the concerns of the members that just came and provided their full information and are very vulnerable to be retaliated again and again, maybe not just by that facility, but perhaps by us in the administration, and I hope that is not the case. Lastly, we also have ARPA funds with COVID-19 dollars that have been appropriated to aid those that not only come to seek the aid of unprecedented times utilities. We have a member who didn't have the opportunity to come and speak. Her story was relayed and it will be relayed through me. Her dad is in hospice after 2 decades. She lost a job trying to take care of her dad. And she came here and said, "City, what can I do to keep my water on? What can you do to help me? What discrepancy can you use? Can I show you the hospital bills? Can I show you medical bills?" The city was not attentive and they're gonna cut her water. What can we do to help this woman? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. And because the member spoke, referring to herself a number of times as a council member, the chair just wants to make sure that everyone knows that she was speaking in her capacity as an individual and not a council member. All right, Madam Clerk, any other requests in chambers?
No, Madam Mayor.
All right, so that concludes the In chambers public comment period, we're now going to move on to Zoom requests. Madam Clerk.
Yes, we have someone that did want to speak. She's fairly new. I don't know if you want allow her to speak. She raised her hand.
Oh,
being very
my
still.
apologies, ma'am. I didn't see you. Please come on up to the podium. Thank you, Ms. Gomez.
Good evening. My name is Angela Mace. I am the individual that Ms. Gomez was referring to with the utilities. I've lived in the high desert 15 years. I worked at a major retail brick and mortar store. I was a salaried manager, and my dad got ill. He's ill, and he's at home on hospice. And I was wrongfully terminated while on FMLA. And so my income has been greatly affected. With that being said, I was married 20 years. My husband left me when that happened. And so it's just me and my dad. And my water got shut off this morning. And I came seeking help. What can I do? I haven't seen a bill. My husband, all the bills were in his name. He's had them transferred out to his mom's house. So I didn't even know how much I owed. And I was told I owed a little over $1,100, and that would be required to get my water turned back on. So now I have my dying dad at home with no water, and I'm not sure what to do. I was given the 211 number, and I'm like, let go. Have a nice day. So I come asking, is there any other programs that you can refer me to?
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Metzler, can we have someone connect with this lovely woman as soon as possible? Ma'am, we have a gentleman that's going to meet you in the back that might be able to assist you further. And we appreciate your taking the time and sharing with us. Madam Clerk.
There are no additional speakers on general public comment.
All right, so with that said, will you please set the timer for 30 seconds? And this extra time is being offered to assist members of our Zoom audience experiencing technical difficulties so that they may provide public comment should they wish.
Our next speaker on Zoom is VV12.
Oh, my apologies. You're segregating them from general to specific. My apologies. Our next speaker, thank you.
Sure. Our next speaker is VV123 on general public comment.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, welcome.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Lydia Marsala, and what I wanted to tell our community is that everything that has been going on with Illumination Foundation will come to an end. And we have to be in prayers that our shelter, our wellness center will become a family like it was at one point. I've been praying for months, and this will come to an end. So my message to all the guests at the facility right now is to be in prayers. I received an email today by Illumination Foundation stating that I cannot go to the shelter to do and drop off any donations, or they will call the police or the code enforcement. Yesterday, I stopped at the shelter to drop off a client that did a direct intake to code enforcement by Officer Lopez. I received a call from Victor Valley Mission to see if I could provide a ride to this individual since Illumination Foundation wasn't able to do so. Is this the reason why I got this email? That I cannot be at the shelter at any time? Or is it because last week we received several Facebook messages from clients stating that they will not pass bottles of waters, even though if they have them at the shelter? So we decided to go and drop waters directly to the clients. Every Monday, I have the street ministry of the donuts, which I go there and pass them out, and it takes me about 2 minutes. Why is it that we, the community, cannot participate not even giving donations to them. But this is going to come to an end. To all our shelter family, to all the community that since 2013 have blessed our community warming shelter family, this will be coming back to us because it's all in God's hands. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Marcelo.
Madam Mayor, 30 seconds has lapsed and there's no additional speakers.
All right, thank you. Well, the public comment period is now closed and the chair brings the item back to the council. We're now going to move on to our first business in order, which is appeal hearings, beginning with item number 1. This is the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision that required street improvements and relocation of above-ground utilities to be installed underground along the southerly half of the project site's roadway frontage in conjunction with the approval of site plan, conditional use permit, and tentative parcel map case number Plan 21-00020 that allows for the development of an approximately 29,000 square foot Sikh temple and accessory services, as well as the subdivision of a single parcel into 3 separate parcels on a partially developed site located at 15975 Stoddard Wells Road. And with that, Mr. Metzler, will you kindly introduce the item?
Thank you.
You know, my apologies, Mr. Metzler. So because this is an appeal hearing and before we move on, the chair is required to ask for any disclosures from council members as to whether they've had any ex-party communications. And this is the time to disclose them if so. Hearing and seeing none. Now, Mr. Metzler, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, I think you introduced it quite well. The only thing I could add is that you have the author of this item being Mr. Scott Webb. He's here for any technical questions or comments you may need. Also, you have Brian Gengler, our city engineer.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Metzler. And so with that, Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendation?
That the city council conduct a public hearing, receive testimony regarding the proposed appeal, and take the following action. Adopt resolution number 22-043, affirming the decision of the Planning Commission to find the project categorically exempt from CEQA and to approve the site plan, conditional use permit, and tentative parcel map case number PLAN 21-00020 as conditioned, which includes the requirements for the installation of street improvements and the relocation of above-ground utilities to be installed underground along the southerly half of the project site's roadway frontage.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, Council, we're now going to move on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. And we're going to begin this evening with Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Metzler, if I may. Mr. Webb, if I could ask you a few questions, please. Mr. Webb, what's the speed limit on Stoddard Wells Road?
We have our city engineer here.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Best be suited for that.
It's 50 miles per hour.
And have we done a traffic count since we've been going through this application?
Yeah, so I'm trying to recall the most recent traffic count. I just looked at that the other day. I think it was in December of last year.
Okay. And the heaviest hour is how many vehicles?
That I don't know.
You don't- Okay. That is the major roadway for Burtech to get legally to our city dump, correct? Because they're not allowed on the freeway fully loaded. There's no other way to cross.
Yeah, that would be the normal route, yes.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I have some.
Yes,
to
sure.
figure out. If I could come back.
Yes, of course, certainly. All right, so we're going to move on now to Member Gomez. Do you have questions?
Yes, absolutely. So my first question is, what is the issue with allowing a CUP for a meditation temple to be erected to serve members of the community? You can just elaborate on that.
Yeah, so good evening, Mayor and Council. So most of our city zoning districts require a conditional use permit for assembly uses. Conditional use permit is specified when the use may have impacts on surrounding areas. Typically, when you have an assembly use, there's a large amount of vehicles that converge on the site all at one site at one time. So the conditional use permit is a way that the city helps regulate, make sure it's an appropriate location, make sure that there's appropriate parking, that the uses are conducted inside.
Has your team that approves such uses considered looking at what other cities are doing instead of just relying internally on the team's perception and personal opinions and professional opinions?
Yes, when we last did a study of our land uses within the city, it's common for us to compare ourselves to other cities. And it's common for assembly uses to have discretionary approvals.
So this decision is based on discretion?
That is what a conditional use permit is. It allows the planning commission to make a discretionary decision in the best manner of orderly development to protect the public health, safety, and welfare.
By any chance, did we consider any secondary opinions that oppose a 20-plus experienced member, which is Mr. Brian Gangler and the team? Did we consider anything outside of just the team?
We're required to follow our municipal code.
Are there any guidelines within the municipal code that allow for the discretion of not allowing someone to create an assembly that is a benefit and the goodness for the people? Is there anything that you can tell me in the municipal code that says that discretionary decision is specifically in that area and the interpretation, so I can understand where you guys are coming from?
I think it's important to clarify that the Planning Commission did approve this use. They did approve it with conditions of approval that are in accordance with our city municipal code. At hand here is the appellant is appealing to the council related to the street improvements that the Planning Commission required. These street improvements are typical of any development, and that is what's being appealed. It's not a matter of the use.
With those improvements, was there anything that the city could do within its confines to be able to mitigate those circumstances? It could be a financial issue or maybe something that we can allow them to come closer so that, you know, instead of the 5-year, maybe it's extended to 6 or 7, anything in the realm that we can mitigate to assist to make sure that we have something of this nature. I don't think the city of Victorville has many of meditations. I know Hesperia does, but I don't know if Victorville. But I could be wrong, of
Yeah,
course.
I mean, there was definitely discussion among staff. The city engineer was involved. The traffic engineer was involved on the safety of that roadway and whether or not a suspension of those improvements would be warranted. It was their opinion that a suspension is not warranted based on the scale of the development, based on the traffic that is currently on the street. And also, I'd like to point out, based on just the precedent of prior developments, it's common for developers, and it's memorialized in our code, that when you develop, you're required to improve the frontage of your street. And that is what was required by the Planning Commission.
So is the recommendation put forth basically going against what I would perceive the property owner would like to bring to the city council today. In other words, we haven't mitigated anything, so the stance of the commissioner saying no still stays.
Yes, the planning commission took action in accordance with our municipal code. I would like to point out that the site is much larger than what they're building on. The planning commission did allow them to suspend the street improvements on the northern half of property that they're not developing on currently, but did require the street improvements, which is keeping in accord with their prior approvals of assembly uses and other developments in the city.
And finally, is there anything within the city engineer's expertise, professional expertise, that instead of considering a suspension, there's a mitigation? So instead of using the word suspend, maybe we can use other terminology that will allow to negotiate or renegotiate so that it's
Our time is up.
beneficial for both.
Madam Mayor, if I might, I think we just answered that in that we'd worked with the applicant and actually reduced the overall amount that was originally sought in terms of improvements. And so I think the way this has been conditioned is it's conditioned to require improvements most directly necessary for the temple, and with the remaining property to be developed, the city engineers accepted as a part of the recommendation to not require those improvements until that undeveloped property develops. So it feels like we've already worked with the developer and compromised to, or mitigated, if we want to use that word, to help support an acceptable style of development in the public right of way.
All right, thank you, Matt, very much. Member Becerra, did you wish to continue your questions?
Yes. Mr. Webb, what I did notice, and I was figuring out from our page of page 12 on the map, we are asking for 26-foot extension to face a curb. We're asking for an 1,800-foot ingress and regress total, is what I'm taking it in.
Yeah, and I'm looking at an email now that our city engineer produced. So currently there's the half width that's currently improved is about 13 feet of lane traveling north. So the requirement is that they improve the frontage on their side of the street.
The width
So-
of the car, basically.
Yeah, so this is an arterial roadway,
Mhm.
and it would require an additional 24 feet of improvements, which includes 14 feet of additional pavement. And then it would include
Curb and gutter.
curb and gutter, sidewalk.
Okay.
Yes.
And in working with the gentleman, we worked on the sense of what I was reading, concrete work can go further down. Curb and gutter for safely ingress and regress is what we're really concerned about because of the amount of traffic going through there and how fast they're going through there, correct?
Yes, the engineering department would require them to have a safety taper that would allow people to
That's the 1800.
converge back into the normal improvements to the north and the south.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Member Becerra. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
My concerns have somewhat been addressed. It sounds like we've worked diligently with the meditation center. Is that correct? In trying to mitigate whatever circumstances, but this is an issue that has to do with safety for all. So I don't really have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, and the chair has none at this time. And I'm going to go ahead and open up the public comment period. And with that, open the public hearing. And so we're now going to take a presentation from our appellant, Mr. Singh, if you would like to step forward to the podium. And so, Mr. Singh, you have 5 minutes to present to the council. And Mr. Metzler, it's my understanding that we invited our appellant to submit anything in writing that he wanted to see us to see in advance, and we did get something this evening to review.
I do know that invitation has been made.
Yes.
And it does appear, yes, that we do have something. in the
Yes, all right, very good. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council, and city manager and the staff. I thank you for giving me opportunity to speak. I also thank you and city staff and planning commission for reviewing and approving our project of meditation center. The purpose of this meditation center is to teach people how to meditate, to make mind still, that's out of worries that we have in our daily life after finishing day's work. Everyone gets stressed, thinking all day long. God made night for rest. Complete rest. Peace is there when mind is still. That's what Jesus said, be still and know that I'm God. In that state, God gives direction how to live a happy, prosper, kinder life. There will be love among families, no arguments, hence a wonderful life as a result of meditation. We are a bunch of volunteers, teach meditation at no cost to people forever. No fees charged ever. Volunteers do not get paid any salary or any kind of benefits. Today, I'm here to appeal suspension of full road development and undergrounding of utilities. We have offered partial development of road by creating a southbound left turn as per city rules so that there is a safe traffic flow all the time. It's about 550 feet long without curb and gutter. Northbound right turn is not needed because there's plenty of space inside the property to keep traffic moving ahead. Full road development requires lots of money, as a retaining wall will be required to build, which we cannot afford. Please see attached drawing where purple color represents additional road widening, creating left turn, and it is designed by licensed engineers, David Evans and Associates, keeping in view all city rules and regulations. And Mr. Robert Kilpatrick is here to answer any technical questions if you have. This request for suspension is only for 10 years from the day of CFO. We will have bonded agreement as required by city. There will be few people attending Sunday program in the beginning, maybe 50 or so. The 29,000 square feet is double of a foot area, which is only 14,500 square feet. It seems like it's a big one, but it's not. This building is so big for keeping in view the future, keeping in view next 20 to 30 years of future expansion of worshiping. My humble request to respected Madam Mayor and the council is to grant suspension of full road development and consider this partial what we submitted, which keeps traffic very safe. I am sure of it. I have watched sitting there that the traffic is not that what it sounds like. And this temple meditation center is not going to create that much traffic, which requires the full development of the road. It's an extra burden, just like city will not spend money on unnecessary development. Same way, we request that we should not be forced to do this full development. What we proposed is under the,
Your time is up.
thank you so much. I
Thank you, Mr. Singh.
appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. All right, we're now going to move on to public testimony on this item. Madam Clerk, any requests in chambers?
Yes, Madam Mayor, our first speaker is Art Bishop.
Good evening, Council Member Bishop.
Thank you very much and good evening. I would first like to, grateful.
Can you
I
pull the
am here.
microphone down? Thank you.
Are we good to go?
We're good to go.
I would first like to thank the town staff and planning commission for moving this project forward with the two items that are other than the two items that are not. First off, I want to make sure everybody's feeling well. I know there's been a few health issues. I just pray for all your wellness. And I would like to also do a special notice for your city manager, because if I don't do that now, I'm going to get in trouble later. I actually been meaning to come to the town council recently and say something. I hope you all know my daughter is a principal of the 6th Street Prep. And I have to tell you a couple of things. I'm literally in your downtown area almost every day. You, as leaders of this community, need to be commended on the work that you're doing, cleaning up and maintaining a great community area in downtown Victorville. I have to tell you, the people of Apple Valley are all driving through Victorville to get to my community, and I hear nothing but praise. It's looking better every day. My daughter, who has to unfortunately call the police department quite often, has been so grateful for the service from the police department. So I just wanted to mention those things the other day, a couple of things real quick. And then I just need to really commend you on your innovativity, your foresight for your wellness center. I think your wellness center will ultimately become a model for cities, all 450 cities throughout the state of California. It just shows where the city of Victorville, in my opinion, is truly a leader within not only the high desert, but the entire state. I also want to thank you. If you get to that point, item 27 tonight on your Joshua Tree letter, believe me, we're all looking for and you need that support.
Okay,
Really?
Mr. Bishop, can we get you to move on to our public hearing item?
Really,
A lot of latitude.
really the thing is that these are my neighbors. I've encouraged them for the last couple of years to move forward. They are so involved with this. They want to be able to do a small temple here within the high desert for their community and teach meditation. What their ask is tonight, that you consider and grant 10 years, they'll move forward with the construction of their project as per required by the city of Victorville. I almost said town, I'm sorry, by the city of Victorville. All they're requesting is a 10 years. They'll bond to do the improvements along the side of Stoddard Wells Road, as well as the power lines. I think also if you were to have another project come in that needed them to do that, I think they could probably include that. Sometimes projects come before you and you don't know who the people are. Maybe it's a local architect, maybe it's a local engineering staff. I'm just coming as their neighbor and their friend to try to tell you this project has meant so much to them in their heart to be able to bring this project to, it's actually only one of a few in the entire state of California. So I'm not going to answer any
Your
questions.
time is up.
And I'm down. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. Madam Clerk.
I'm going to mispronounce this. Kamalit Singh. Sorry.
Good evening. And of course, welcome, ma'am.
Good evening, respected Madam Mayor, Council Member, City Manager, and City Planning Commission, and the staff. I thank all of you, bottom of my heart, helping us to build meditation center in Victorville City. With meditation, everyone's happiness. We want every family has a wonderful life, but we cannot do this project without of your help. Please, this is my humble request, all of you, please help us to complete this mission. We are one God children. Please grant us road development
suspension of road development, which cost a lot of money. Your humble servant, Kamaljeet K. Singh, and please, thank you again, all of you, to help us, please. That's my request. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, very much. Madam Clerk.
There are no additional speakers on this item.
All right, well, that includes the in-chambers requests. We'll move on to Zoom requests.
There are no Zoom requests.
All right, will you kindly set the timer for 30 seconds to assist any members of our Zoom audience that might be experiencing technical difficulty so that they might be able to speak should they wish.
Madam Mayor, 30 seconds has lapsed and there are no additional speakers.
All right, thank you very much. And before we move on to our next little section, Mr. DeBortnowski, I have to ask you, since we had no speakers that were not in favor of this item, do I have to provide the rebuttal period?
It's not necessary. If you wanted to provide more time, that would require council action, however.
Okay. Council, does anyone want to give the appellant 5 additional minutes?
I'm sorry, would you explain what that means?
Happy to. So our appellant had 5 minutes this evening to present. The council can take action to provide additional time. I don't know that it's needed. Mr. Singh seemed to say what he wished to say, but certainly happy to open it up to the council to
I would be in
add
favor.
5 minutes
If-
more.
If you're asking, I would be in favor.
Okay, would you like to make that a motion?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to grant an additional 5 minutes to the presenter to be able to continue what he needs to state his point for the council to understand what he's seeking.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. We have a first and a second to increase the applicant's time by 5 minutes. And Mr. Singh, I understand you have a representative, Mr. Kilpatrick, with us this evening. So did you want Mr. Kilpatrick to speak? Yes. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Can we vote on that motion?
Yes, we can. I was just so excited for them to be able to speak.
Just a moment, Mr. Singh, just a
Yeah,
moment.
my apologies. Again, I got ahead of myself. Will you please take the vote?
Sure. Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Mayor Jones.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Mr. Singh.
I'm a God's servant, and I beg today. You don't know how much it means to me. There are few people in this world, and without any benefits, they'll do it. Today, I stand here as a beggar. Please provide me this suspension. I guarantee you, my traffic engineer will explain the safety what we provided. We're kind of meeting halfway by providing this extra lane. So there's a peaceful movement of the traffic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Kilpatrick, welcome.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Robert Kilpatrick. I'm with the firm of David Evans and Associates. My address is 18484 Outer Highway 18 in Apple Valley. I've been a resident of the High Desert for over 35 years. Some of you have not seen me in front of City Council, some have. I'm a licensed traffic engineer. And when Mr. Singh approached me on this project, we're aware of the city requirements for full improvements. I looked at this project though and looked at what could we do to minimize the improvements that would still allow for a safe access without the full curb and gutter. Because as Mr. Singh pointed out, in order to put the full curb and gutter improvements and remove the power poles, it's very cost prohibitive. It would require retaining walls. So we're not, in some respects, I wanted to share with you that I would not be in front of you this evening if I thought our recommendations were not safe, in the sense of it is an interim improvement to allow this development to occur. Mr. Singh presented to you a graphic that we prepared that looked at the geometric layout of that. And we're very fortunate that the location of this driveway is on the outside of a curve on Stoddard Wells Road. So if you look at the geometric plan prepared, we can take advantage of that curve that would still allow northbound traffic to continue in the direction they're going into the curb and provide a southbound left turn lane. So again, we're appealing not so much is to be able to point out that we can put in improvements that are for safety. And the other thing we looked at was sight distance. We drew a sight distance triangles in the exhibit to make sure that a vehicle coming out of that driveway would adequately be able to see cars going northbound and southbound. So again, taking advantage of that curve, the outside of that curve, they can safely see traffic in both north and south on Stoddard Wells Road. So again, we're requesting a suspension agreement. I've done, in terms of precedents, we used to do a lot of suspension agreements for parcel maps back in the day. And the suspension agreement, again, is something where we're saying it's really not necessary for public health and safety and welfare. You can make, again, the Planning Commission and or City Council can make that finding. And what we're saying is that when development occurs in that area, a suspension agreement does have provisions that if you were to form an assessment district or road improvements are needed, you can pull the suspension agreement and require the improvements. This would allow as additional development occurs. There is nothing, no other development occurring on Stoddard Wells Road in that area. There's no curb and gutter improvements on that project. And again, the construction of the full improvements would be a financial hardship on this project. And we believe that we have adequately mitigated the project to allow for a safe driveway without the full improvements. And I'm here to answer any questions that council may have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kilpatrick. All right, with that said, for the council members that have additional time on the clock, that would be Member Becerra, Mayor Pro Tem Irving, and me. This is a time that you can use that if you wish to ask follow-up questions. Is it related directly to the public comment period here on this item during the public hearing? And of course, it must relate directly to the agenda item. So Member Becerra, did you have any follow-on questions?
Yes, I did. Mr. Webb, is this map on page 12 or no, this is a map you've never seen before? It was handed to us when we got here.
That is correct. I have not seen that. It's different than what's in the staff report.
Yes, please.
This was handed to us when we got here.
It does appear to relate.
What I'm saying is the footage, the width and everything, because that was in.
Yeah, what I'm seeing in purple on their map relates to what's blue hatched on the map we have on page 12.
I'm gonna go ahead and let them see that. Those are all my comments.
Yes, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have any additional questions with the time you have remaining?
I have a point of clarification that I'd like to ask.
We don't have points of clarification, but you can certainly inquire.
So my point or the statement that I'd like to make
Yes.
is, I wasn't aware that we have a policy or it was something that's new. If you have allotted time, you can use it. I was just, if
It's always
that's,
been the policy.
if that's the case and I'm coming to know about it today, is that now, like you said, something going forth, just for my general knowledge?
Yeah, it's nothing now and going forward. It always has been.
Yeah, but I've never knew. So thank you.
I just don't normally ask because we have a responsibility to understand our policy and procedures, but because this is a very important appeal hearing, I just thought I would take that extra step for my colleagues
Thank you.
this evening, certainly. All right, and Mayor Pro Tem, did I understand you correctly? You had no follow-on questions? Okay. And Mr. Metzler, I do, if I could, what exactly would a 10-year bond on something like this look and feel like to us? I mean, what would it mean that they could proceed?
My understanding is that there would have to be some type of security, whether it's cash or a bond, an insurance policy of sort to be in the name of the city, to where the city would cash that bond in the event the developer doesn't put the improvements in themselves. I think the bigger issue is with respect to suspension and still allowing the development to exist. If the development were to exist and the suspension goes in place, I think the bigger concern and really is the reason why the city engineer is recommending what he is recommending is that when the development is completed and the business or the meditation is commenced there, you have traffic, you have a flow of traffic that's going to be coming in and out, and you're going to have at least a condition that is not mitigated to the fullest extent of what's required by the city engineer. So I think saying it differently, it does present a potential liability to the city if the improvements are not installed to what's recommended by the city engineer to try to make sure that we have the safest of improvements there to facilitate the movements in and out. I will share my view because I tried to be as open-minded about this. I actually drove the site yesterday, and I'll declare that I am not a traffic engineer, but I do rely upon our traffic engineer for sound recommendation. And I drove exactly what is in purple and what's being suggested by the applicant. And my biggest concern, because I almost got ran over, and sadly I had my two deputy city managers in my car. That was probably not a wise move because we could have taken out the entire executive leadership. But I made that exact move that is the north moving move, trying to get off the road safely. And couple of observations. First, this is not enough room because I actually tried to make that movement onto the dirt shoulder and almost got ran over. But you also have a sight distance issue. And I would say the sight distance issue is actually coming from the traffic moving northbound that's actually south of me, that's potentially rear-ending me at that movement. And that curve, especially with the traffic moving as fast as it is, I think there is a legitimate worry there, again, not being a traffic engineer, that they have enough time to see somebody trying to drop into a right turn pocket. And I think that's exactly why I see the city engineer wanting on the northbound movement more improvement. So you have an earlier exit from the main road to get safely off that road into the temple.
All right, thank you. Mr. Metzler? Those were all my questions. And at this time, the chair is going to close the public hearing. I think I already did that. I'm going to bring the item back to the council and invite a motion.
So Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Probably going to say it wrong, so let's deal with this. A motion that we do not approve his recommendation, but we put it back on Mr. Gangler reviewing the map that's now been given to him. You've never seen that, correct, from the engineering company? Okay. To put it back to them to review the new paperwork that was given to us at the meeting. And if it needs to come back with us with the same recommendation, then it does. But I would like our traffic engineer to review what another traffic engineer is saying there is no issue. So do not, do you know what I'm saying?
I believe
Deny it or do not approve it, but send it back to our traffic engineer.
so to offer direction to review the information that we received this evening and come back to the council and report.
Yes.
I'd like to make a friendly modification to what was just stated, and it's as forth.
Okay, hold on. A friendly amendment is if there's been council discussion, it looks like we're willing to go in that
So then I'm-
direction. So, but you can make an amendment.
Yes, so it's a friendly amendment, and that's what
It's not, but you can make an
what, our
amendment.
policy does allow. We use Rosenberg rules, and I studied that, and that's what they call it.
We
So
do, but it's not a friendly amendment. It's a regular amendment.
That's what the policy calls it, so I'm just calling.
Please move
Rosenberg calls it friendly amendment.
Yes.
So that is basically similar language, but it's to rescind the planning commissioner's decision and request for a conditional use permit to be remanded and further mitigated before this city council decides to shut down a public benefit to goods and services that's rendered by the construction of the meditated temple. So in other words, it's to allow for the 10-year bond to continue on with their project.
Thank you very much. So that.
Which is the same thing with
Thank
an
you.
amendment.
So
Thank you.
that's not an amendment, that's an actual substitution. So is there a second on the substitution? Hearing no second, that motion dies. We're back at the main motion. Do I have a second?
Madam Mayor, Mr. Gingler is at the mic. He obviously.
Yes, Mr. Gangler.
Well, if I might,
And we need to know about timelines too, if we're able legally to do this.
if I might make a comment. I have
Yes.
Permission to make a comment, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm not seeing anything different in this exhibit than I've seen before. And when I've reviewed this project before, my recommendation hasn't changed. It would be the same as recommendation before the Planning Commission meeting. And so I would still recommend the same thing that was approved by the Planning Commission, which would be the improvements that went along with that approval for the full improvements basically on the southern half of the property, with the taper to the north. So I don't really see anything changing here. And I am also a licensed traffic engineer. I've been licensed for about 25 years in California as a traffic engineer and as a civil engineer longer than that. So my recommendation hasn't changed.
Okay, so just to confirm, what you're looking at that was just given to you by Member Becerra, you have previously seen that map and have considered it, and the recommendation that we have before us this evening factors that in.
I have not seen this colored exhibit that was presented today, but it's essentially the same information that I reviewed previously before the Planning Commission approval. So I don't see anything changing my recommendation.
Okay.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
if
Mr.
I
Rizzo.
might, I think that we need some guidance and maybe some clarification from the city attorney. But I think
Yes.
the two questions effectively before this council is whether or not it wants to affirm the decision of the Planning Commission, which effectively is to deny the applicant's appeal, or grant the appeal, but in the event of granting the appeal, do we necessarily do anything more than grant the appeal, or does it remand back to the Planning Commission?
The response to that is if you were to not follow the recommendation, you would have to make findings and determinations at this point if you wanted to do something other than the recommendation of staff.
All right, very good. With that said, Member Becerra,
Pull back my
you're going to withdraw your motion.
motion.
All right. Do you wish to offer another motion? Okay, I need a motion on item number 1.
My
Again.
motion is to table as what we have recommendations from staff.
Is there a second? No second, the motion dies.
Motion is to follow staff's recommendation. Second.
All right, we have a first by Member Becerra, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving to adopt staff recommendation. With that said, we're going to move on to discussion on the pending motion, beginning with the maker, Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Thank you. Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. And so just briefly, as the motion before us is to adopt staff recommendation, I do think it's important to comment that a lot of work and energy has been placed into evaluating this project. And I personally am grieved. So, sometimes as council members, we have extraordinarily difficult decisions to make. And in my heart of hearts, I would give anything and everything to Mr. Singh, because they are the most humble, lovely people, kindly people that you would ever want to meet. And their intentions are quite honorable and would indeed benefit the very real people in our community. That said, as a council member, it's my duty to look to the overall good of our city and to make sure that we have an orderly flow of traffic and that there's safety. So this is one of those times when I don't relish being able to or having to make a difficult decision. But it's my duty to our entire community to make the decision that I believe is most reasonable given the information presented to us this evening. All right.
I also have discussion. I don't want to
Yes.
on this one.
Yeah.
If you're finished.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so I kind of wanted to say, it's my understanding that the use of discrepancy is a matter of personal choice that goes beyond the municipal codes, beyond professional observations, and the years worked in a capacity such as a traffic engineer or city engineer. And I don't believe that this council should have the power or the authority to suspend a project such as one that doesn't create or bring sustainable data that illustrates the dire safety needs that are not in front of us. We had heard Mr. Kilpatrick. Definitely, he had a different opinion. I think the opinions of professionals are valued and opinions can definitely be reinterpreted, and there's no disrespect to Mr. Gangler. I just want us to understand that there's various opinions and we see it reflected in the color that we have in the council and the way that we speak up here. So I definitely would have voted for what needed to come. And I don't know what else to tell you, but I favor what you're bringing forth. And it's unfortunate that tonight, 3 votes will not bring forth what we need to see. But hopefully in the future, we can work with you in a different manner. Please don't give up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gomez. And just because some things that were said that I just need to make sure that we're very clear. So while there might be some flexibility in what we can and can't do, we are still, our premier responsibility is to provide for the health and safety of our community. Mr. Metzler, is that fair?
That's fair.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much, Member Gomez. And with that said, I'm going to close the discussion period, and Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Aye. Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, moving on to our appeal hearing item number 2. This is the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to deny case number Plan 21-00038, a conditional use permit to allow for C1 neighborhood, that's the neighborhood service commercial uses within an R1 zoned city initiative area to include a site plan and conditional use permit with an environmental exemption for the development of a fueling station and convenience store, a conditional use permit for the beer and wine sales for off-site consumption with a finding of public convenience or necessity, and a parcel map to subdivide one parcel into 2 parcels located at the southwest corner of Mojave Drive and Amargosa Road. Mr. Metzler, will you introduce, excuse me, before I do that again. So council members, this is the time to disclose any ex-party communications, field trips, et cetera, to the site. Any?
Field trips? I was just gonna say,
I think that's in our policy manual.
okay,
Mr.
well, I've
Polkowski.
probably been there 10,000 times since
Just in the normal course, but I mean,
I lived down the street. from
right, yeah, that's normal course. That's your daily living. All right. All right. You know, field trips as in investigating, yada, yada, yada. No, of course. All right. With that said, Mr. Metzler, will you introduce the item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, I think only in addition to what you articulated, which summarized it fairly well, is that the Planning Commission's denial was based largely upon the use and the policy it has established with respect to wanting to see adequate buffer space between a gas station type use, as this is contemplating, and residential property. And in fact, this particular property, the hard corner at the southwest corner of Mojave and Amargosa, as the site plan had proposed, the actual gas station butted up to the backyard of existing residential. So I think that was the focus of their denial. So with that, the author on your item is your city planner, Mr. Scott Webb, and he's certainly available for any other questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the city council conduct a public hearing, receive testimony regarding the appeal, and take the following action. Adopt resolution number 22-044, upholding the Planning Commission's decision to deny case number PLAN 21-00038 based upon the same findings made by the Planning Commission at their April 13th, 2022 meeting, and the record as a whole.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we're going to move into technical questions for clarification from our council members. We're going to begin with Member Gomez.
How will tonight's decision affect further proposed development projects that include residential properties and gas stations?
Yes, thank you for the question. Any application for a gas station would require a conditional use permit in most of our city zones. So it would be ultimately the Planning Commission's discretion to make sure that the findings are made in accordance with our municipal code when approving or denying any further action on a gas station.
And was the use of discretion used in the decision-making process of this particular item?
Yes, as I mentioned in the prior item, the Planning Commission has discretion with a conditional use permit. But those decisions need to be made based on our municipal code standards. That is what the Planning Commission took action on. Conditional use permits need to ensure that they are not detrimental to surrounding areas. There was residents that came out in opposition that live in close proximity. The Planning Commission also had issues with some of the findings of the special studies, including noise and traffic.
Okay. Is the Planning Commission influenced by any way with maybe the presence of the attorney or maybe the planning department's recommendation that's initiated in front of them?
This actual recommendation, we gave the Planning Commission two options, either to approve or deny. So staff was neutral.
Are there any repercussions if any commissioner were to decide to sidestep and have their own individual voice and maybe kind of a little bit, say, well, why don't we decide on this? Is there anything of that nature?
Member Gomez, could you rephrase that a little bit? I'm not sure I understand the intent.
Yeah,
of
I
your
want to
question.
make sure that there's an independence within the commissioners and the commissioners may not feel pressured by a recommendation if they were somehow to modify or maybe go outside of the bonds of what's being recommended without maybe having a prior conversation as to why they think the way they think. I'm sorry, there's side noise.
Thank you. Your
Yeah.
point's taken, Member Gomez.
Thank you.
It's common for Planning Commission during a public hearing after they've heard testimony to modify conditions or modify what the staff's recommendation is.
Yeah, I'm sorry, as a point of privilege, there is a lot of side noise and it was really hard for me secondarily to understand. If you don't mind repeating a little bit, I just got a little sidetracked.
So one moment, Member Gomez, your point is well taken. So if council members can be quiet behind the dais while another member is speaking, it would be appreciated. Thank you.
So it's common during the course of a public hearing for the Planning Commission to have questions, to provide their own input, and to ultimately modify staff's recommendation.
Thank you. And finally, do we have any other gas stations abutted to residential, multi-housing, et cetera, that the commissioners may have adopted something similar to kind of refuse or say we don't want something like this in the history of our planning?
I have not done a survey of the proximity, but I know the Planning Commission has denied other uses that could pose impacts to residential communities.
And I will say, I know of some that do exist that likely were approved many, many years ago. And with those, we have seen problems. And in fact, some of the same challenges or concerns that were communicated at the Planning Commission hearing are in fact similar in nature to some of those concerns experienced at existing ones. So past practice is not exactly the best guide here. And I think that's in large part why the Planning Commission has taken its approach to wanting to see buffer between gas station type uses and residential.
Thank you. And then finally, I do remember that the church came upon us with a similar appeal, and that appeal has a residential with multi-housing. That gas station has not been completed, but there's one in front of the church off on Nisqually. So I was wondering maybe if we're continuing to allot those, what was the difference in the recommendation for this particular one? I just trying to comprehend. We've had it. I was one that voted for it, but today I'm seeing something a little different. So I want to comprehend what's going on.
So each development is unique, has a unique location, has different residents that live next to it that have different opinions. So I can't speak to prior approvals, but they would have gone through the same process of a conditional use permit where the neighbors are notified and they have a chance to come and speak in favor or opposition to the project.
So we have documented data that shows that we've had a couple of individuals come in opposition for tonight's item. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I believe there was an add-on that a variety of public comments in support and in opposition. There was also opposition letters submitted to the Planning Commission, and also someone that showed up to the public hearing in opposition as well.
And do we know if that was a click that probably, sometimes I feel like we have lobbyists that come in here and want to like oppose something, but I don't know. Do you know of anything that would be influential in that area that may have said, not in my backyard kind of thing?
The person that spoke in opposition, my understanding, received a radius letter, meaning that they were in 300 feet of the proposed development. So they were a neighboring resident voicing their concerns.
And I did hear, and you don't have to respond to this, but one of the council members does live within that area.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
I guess I'm just curious, this is the gas station that's on Mojave and Amagosa, right? Correct. How did the project get that far along?
So there is a project that the Planning Commission approved approximately 3 years ago on the northwest corner of the same intersection. That was approved by the Planning Commission. It was approved adjacent to a self-storage facility, which further buffered that use from that adjacent residential development. But those are two separate projects. So the applicant for this project is on the southwest corner of that same intersection. And it has been seeking a conditional use permit, which was denied by the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Becerra.
Yes, Mr. Webb, it's been said by another council member. You act as a liaison to the Planning Commission, right? You don't tell them what to vote. You don't tell them what to think. You give them exactly what is our municipal code and what is recommended and what we can do legally, correct?
Yes, as staff, we advise them on what.
Just like you're standing here advising us.
Yeah.
We make up our
based,
own.
yes, based on municipal code standard that the legislative body that the city council sets in place.
Thank you. And when it was said that I live in the area that I passed through there, just like you probably passed the same intersection of Civic Drive at Roy Rogers every day coming to work. That's what it was under the understanding of passing by, correct? When I said, I live in the area. When you pass by an area, that's the same way you go to work or your route. And that's the route I'm talking about, right there at Armagosa and Mojave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for clarity, Member Becerra, that's completely different and acceptable than an investigative field trip.
It was just,
Yeah.
I heard you ask about a field trip, so.
Yeah, well, because it's in the policy. I don't normally recite the policy word for word, but yes.
This area where they're asking, how long has that neighborhood been there? Do you know?
Oh, I would say 30 plus years.
30 plus years.
Yeah, that particular subdivision, yes.
That is Del Norte, I want to say on the backside where it would be abutting. And there's also an open wash to the west.
Yes, to this.
An
west,
open wash,
yes.
that would stay an open wash and it goes between two houses, correct?
Yes, that segment would stay an open wash between the two residents.
And any builder is not allowed to build or mess with or upgrade or do anything with an open wash without a CEQA right away, correct? So he wouldn't be able to do any upgrades to keep people out of going between two houses.
Not necessarily. If there's no impacts to wildlife and it's not considered a blue line stream, it could be improved. The engineering department actually conditioned this project to pipe the wash that runs through the property, not to the south where the residents are, but where it runs through their property. So, yes.
All right, thank you. No further questions, Madam Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Member Becerra. All right, I just have one, maybe two questions. So, Mr. Metzler, and you can hand this off to whomever you wish if you'd like to. With regard to this buffer zone, so to speak, between residential and gas stations, is that something that the developer would have known at the time that plans were being submitted to the city?
I don't know in this particular case, we typically offer pre-submittal meetings to sit down with development team, the private developer and our development team to go over any of those issues. Scott, can you speak to that more specifically?
Sure. So the Planning Commission did adopt a policy that provides guidance for new applicants. That was adopted in January of this year. Obviously, that policy wasn't provided to applicants that were already in the pipeline. However, I can say after I, researched the record on how this project came forward to the Planning Commission, that there was multiple pre-submittals that staff sat down and provided written comments with the applicant, where we did note in bold in the front page of our concerns with it being adjacent to residential. I do have to give it to the applicant. They made strides to mitigate those issues, but ultimately the Planning Commission decided that it wasn't enough, that the site wasn't large enough, didn't have an adequate buffer to mitigate the impacts that development would bring to residential that was adjacent.
So I just want to make sure that I'm abundantly clear on this. So the applicant would have had a good working understanding that the Planning Commission had a policy as it relates to a buffer zone.
Before it went to a public hearing, yes,
Yes.
that information was shared with the applicant, but this applicant did apply some time ago and has been working through the entitlement process, providing the city special studies. All along, though, the standard has not changed. The code always has required a conditional use permit. So the Planning Commission ultimately has the discretion on whether or not that use poses an impact on surrounding properties. So it wasn't like that they're applying for something that they just have to apply for and they'll get approval of. They have to go through that public hearing process. They have to hear from the public. In this case, we had opposition. In this case, it is right adjacent to residential, which staff had concerns with and noted in the staff report. Yes, we do have commercial uses sometime adjacent to residential. In this case, the Planning Commission decided that it wasn't appropriate.
All right, thank you very much. All right, with that said, we're going to move on to the public hearing. So the chair opens the public hearing, and I presume that we have our appellant here with us this evening. Welcome, sir. And so the appellant has 5 minutes, but council members, since we did afford our last appellant additional time of 5 minutes, I think it might be appropriate to go ahead and invite a motion at this time for the council to extend the time from 5 minutes to 10 minutes. Is there a motion?
I'd like to move that motion.
Thank you. We have a first. Is there a second? Thank you. We have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. With that said, sir, and I apologize, I didn't catch your name, but Thank you for coming and welcome to our meeting. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Mark Tran, legal counsel for the appellant. And Madam Clerk, may I ask for a 30-second warning before my time is up?
Yes.
Thank you so much. So before the meeting commenced, I did distribute a memo with an exhibit. The memo does reference 4 separate exhibits. However, 3 of the 4 exhibits are already part of your agenda materials, so I didn't want to create a duplicative stack. I know it's just more paper to sift through. So I'll start off with the description of the project. So the project involves the purchase and development of land to create a gas station and convenience store. Applicant approached the city in June of 2020 regarding this project, to sort of, kick the tires and see if this would be a viable project in the city. Between June 2020 and April 2022, there were several pre-submittal meetings that were held, several rounds of application materials, things like that were submitted. The applicant also expended in excess of $278,000 towards obtaining entitlements. Much of that came from conducting various studies that were explicitly requested by planning staff. So that's just some background for the project and the procedural posture. I want to fast forward a bit from June 2020, the time that the applicant and appellant approached the city, to January 12th, 2022. That was the date that the Planning Commission adopted their, I think it's called the Planning Commission Car Wash and Gas Station Policy. That's resolution number P-21-052. That policy purportedly restricts the placement of gas stations, and I won't stand here and read the memo to you. It's in front of you. You can reference it again. I'm just going to sort of guide us through this adventure. I want to point out a couple of recitals that were in that policy. First up, whereas the Planning Commission finds that the municipal code regulations do not adequately address the preferred placement of future gas stations and car washes within the city of Victorville. And whereas the Planning Commission finds it necessary to create a policy that sets forth upfront placement guidance for applicants to consider. From there, I want to jump down into the body of that resolution. Section number 1 states a preference. A maximum of 2 gas stations are preferred at any single intersection. From there, I'm going to jump down to section 5. Gas station and or car wash developments should avoid locations within 300 feet of residentially zoned property. And I highlight this preferential language for the council to consider because there's a difference between preferences and mandates. And I'll return to that in a bit. Just some more procedural background here. Let's move forward the clock a little bit further. April 13th, 2022. That's the meeting where applicant had an opportunity to have the project voted on. The Planning Commission focused on the car wash placement policy. That was a large factor, if not the only factor in their decision to deny entitlements to the applicant. I also want to point out some language in the staff report. Starting off with I don't know if it's a transcription error or what exactly the issue was, but as I mentioned earlier, the language in the resolution states a preference. We shift gears, look at the staff report. It is now using mandatory language, such as shall not be within 300 feet of a residentially zoned property, things like that. So from there, I want to back up and zoom out. The way I view this issue is the Planning Commission abused its discretion not once, but twice. First, when it adopted its car wash policy, and second, when it applied that invalid car wash policy to the application. I'm going to jump a little forward here, page 7 of the memo. there's a table there that kind of outlines and provides a snapshot of what I take issue with. So I'm just going to go through that first column here. So as the council is aware, the council and not the planning commission is a legislative body for the city. The council members are duly elected and they are accountable to the voters. It is the city council, not the planning commission, that develops policy for the city. If you look at resolution number P-21-050, you have unelected planning commissioners creating policy. That is not legally compliant. Jump down to the second row here. Now, city council must enact zoning code amendments. That's not what happened with resolution number P-21-050. The planning commission on its own, without any input from the city council, engaged in this activity. I'm gonna take it down another row here. This is one where the planning commission action was legally compliant. So as y'all are aware, Brown Act requires that agenda materials go out in advance of a meeting. The planning commission did comply with that requirement. Jumping down another row. In the context of zoning code amendments, there is additional notice that's required. So you need sufficient notice in the form of a public hearing notice that goes out 10 days in advance of that public hearing. That did not happen here. Another legal requirement that was not complied with for zoning code amendments, that is done by ordinance. It is usually done through a planning commission meeting, making a recommendation to the city council to consider. It goes up to the city council level. There's a first reading, a second reading, and then 30 days out, it becomes effective. Here, the planning commission acted on its own, adopted a resolution, not an ordinance. It became effective immediately. So a very different timeline than what is legally required. Finally, the adoption of resolution number P-21-050 does not comply with CEQA. For discretionary actions with a direct or reasonably foreseeable indirect impact on the environment, a local agency must comply with CEQA. Here, the planning commission ignored it entirely when they adopted their car wash placement policy. They could have explained that, well, this project is exempt. Here's our notice of exemption, publish that. That did not happen. CEQA was not mentioned at all in the planning commission resolution. So all that is to say, again, that the procedure for adopting a zoning code amendment that would affect the placement of a car wash was not followed. So again, the planning commission in adopting that resolution did not comply with state law and it abused its discretion. Moving on to how it was applied against the applicant in this case. As previously mentioned, and I don't take issue with this point, a conditional use permit is a discretionary entitlement, but discretion is not without bounds. So when evaluating whether to issue or deny a discretionary entitlement, such as a conditional use permit, the agency must rest on sound principles of zoning and planning. Again, discretion is not without bounds. Finally, I do want to address that the project as set forth by the applicant and appellant did comply with resolution P-21-050, even 52, even though we disagree with it and our position is that it is invalid. So the language in the resolution provides that when it comes to the placement of gas stations, developers should avoid locations within 300 feet of residentially zoned property as measured from property lines, unless designed in a manner to mitigate noise, traffic, and light glare impacts generated by the development. So the rear portion of the parcel is where the residentially zoned properties are. The applicant and appellant has provided a 50-foot buffer, and in addition to that, an 8-foot solid wall to further mitigate any negative impacts from the development. So that's a summary of the memo that I provided to the council earlier today. And
30-second warning.
thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, I would strongly urge the City Council to overturn the Planning Commission's decision and issue entitlements. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Tran. All right, now we're going to move on to public testimony. Madam Clerk, do we have any in-chambers requests to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have 9 requests
In chambers?
in chambers.
Yes, thank you. Can we have our first speaker?
Our first one is Clayton Moore.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Moore. And while I do that, Madam Clerk, can you go ahead and announce who's next in queue so that person can be prepared?
Chad Allison.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Moore, and welcome.
Yeah, hi. I sent an email about my concerns with this project and I wasn't responded to. The main objection I had at the Planning Commission hearing, which was not addressed by this guy in his 10 minutes of time, was the environmental exemption that the client is asking for. That's what it says in this notice that you sent us. This notice that you sent the residents, the radius letter apparently is called, does not mention the city initiative area between Elevado Road and Village, which was described at the Planning Commission meeting as being residential only. And yet we have the Beyond facility across the street, which is not even open yet. So my main concern is the environmental exemption, which was not addressed in any of the comments up until now. And we also have the proximity of the other similar businesses within the area, the Rocket Chevron, the Circle K to the south and to the east, and the proposed project at Elevado and Mojave, just down the road further to the west. And again, I'm here representing only myself as a public citizen who lives in that area and sharing the concerns of my neighbors, particularly with the environmental exemption. After we had our guests here at the beginning of the meeting from San Manuel, who were charged with protecting their tribal lands. And that's an extension, that's spiritually what I'm doing here too, standing up for the environmental exemption. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. And ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Moore is a local school board member, and we're happy to have him with us. Madam Clerk, our next speaker.
Chad Allison, and next person up will be Richard Allison.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Allison, and welcome.
Good evening, members of the council. My only concern was actually addressed by the this man here. They did plan to, in the plan, it was to plumb the drain there, the open wash for in the event of the spill. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Allison. Madam Clerk.
Richard Allison, and then after that will be Percy Weathers.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Allison.
Thank you. You're very kind. I'm sure this was all mentioned before. I'll quickly run down. The intersection of Mojave Drive and Amargosa is a major commute intersection for the logistics and the industry in Adelanto and of course the Victor Valley. Between 3:30 and 5:30, it is busy. All right, to get from my house to make a right turn to get to the highway is almost impossible. To add to this, between Mojave and Del Norte Drive, that's going south on Amargosa off of Mojave to Del Norte Drive, that is a city transit and a school district bus route, which only adds to congestion because they can't make, heading south, they can't make that right turn onto Del Norte Drive unless we do something either dangerous or change our route. Okay. Let's see, the traffic, there are 7 fuel stations within a mile, 4 car washes within a mile, 12 places to purchase liquor within a mile. But most importantly, and I don't know, I don't think anyone here would remember, but I lived there in 1975 and 76 when we had an El Nino. They called it in LA, east of Riverside, they called it the storm of the century. And I have seen that little line of a wash that has been developed, a full-fledged river that ran from Palmdale, north of Palmdale Road, east of the freeway, west of Elevado, the watershed. It was an absolute river. It cut through Mojave Drive. It was not paved. The arroyo went from Mojave Drive all the way down to the river basin at the water district or water treatment plant. Okay, now you've done a lot of modifications to that intersection, and any development, any more development there is only going to restrict the buffer area, or what would I call it, an accumulative area of drainage water. Will find some other route to go, all right? And of course, this is a hazardous material storage area. I'm not going to criticize or make any speculation, but I can guarantee you if we have another storm like that, it's going to be a mess there.
Your time is up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allison. Madam Clerk.
Percy Weathers, and then after that is Sunid Tranisa.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Weathers, and welcome.
Good evening, Ms. Mayor and City Councilman. If I may, I'd like to yield my 3 minutes to Mr. Clayton.
Sir, we don't allow for that in our policy. We give each person an opportunity to speak, but we welcome you to speak if you'd like to.
Yeah, we live in the area, and my wife and myself, we moved there almost 4 years ago. All right. We have many car washes in the area. We have gas stations. There's one that's right across the street from this facility that's being built that's not open yet. Then on Village Drive, you have 2 gas stations there. Then on La Paz, you have 1 gas station there. Then when you look on Hook or Roy Rogers, you have 2 gas stations there. So how many gas stations do we need? How many car washes do we need? That's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weathers. We appreciate it. Madam Clerk.
Sunid Tranisa, and after that will be Magdalena Castro.
Mr. Tanisa, welcome.
Good evening to you all. My name is Sunil Kumar Taneja. I live in 14099 Yearly Lane, Victorville. I'm in support of this proposed gas station and supporting the appeal since it will create job and opportunities for the local area and services are needed. That corner has been emptied for years. I believe this is a big improvement for that corner, and I think it will improve the area, additional landscaping and clean station and the better sites. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Madam Clerk.
Magdalena Castro, and after that will be Muhammad.
Ms. Castro, yes. Ms. Castro, welcome.
Hello, good evening. I live at 15110 Riverview Lane, so I live quite close to where they're trying to build this gas station location. I actually think it's a really good opportunity. It provides us with gas prices go up, so competition is good around the neighborhood, I support this project entirely. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mohammed Dandeen, and after that is Karan Bati.
Good evening, sir, and welcome.
I support this project. This project is needed. You see the one we live in Victorville 12607, my home address. It's nearby. You see the one. Everybody says the too many gas station law. You see end of freeway. You see there's no nearby. There's a nearby just one, another one, and on this one. We need it. Too many people want jobs and everything.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Karan Bati. Okay.
Thank you.
And then also Mohammed Gadiri is the architect for the project and is here to answer questions as well.
Okay, so Mr. Gardiri, did you want to speak as a member of the public right now? And rather than, yes. Yes.
If you don't mind, there were some questions in regards to.
So there's going to be an opportunity for rebuttal. So if that would fit more in, that's probably the best time.
That's fine.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much. All right, Madam Clerk, any other speakers?
No, Madam Mayor.
All right. With that said, are there any requests by Zoom?
No, Madam Mayor.
All right, will you please set the timer for 30 seconds to assist any members of our Zoom audience that might be experiencing technical difficulties so that they can comment should they wish?
Madam Mayor, 30 seconds has elapsed and there's no additional speakers.
All right, with that said, that concludes the public testimony portion of the public hearing. We're now going to move into the rebuttal from our applicant and our appellant, Mr. Tran, or any other representative. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, I won't take that much time. Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Ahmad Gaderi with ANS Engineering. I'm the architect of the project. Just to clarify a couple of items that were brought up, as Mr. Tran indicated, that as we worked with the city staff, we tried to, of course, mitigate the items that they brought up. And a couple of items that we need to keep in mind is that, as Mr. Tran indicated, we have a 50-foot buffer behind the building. In addition to the buffer, they have the 8-foot high wall and the dense landscaping in order to mitigate some of the additional concerns. And keep in mind that the way we designed this building is this site is that the building itself provides additional buffer between the lighting, the canopy and the fueling and what have you that provides. So that's provides additional buffer. If you take a look at the gas station to the north, their buffer is to the west side of the building, which is the small storage building from the residential. So the distance, the buffer between that gas station and residential is, almost equal to what we have as far as the size of the storage building and a small buffer between the storage and residential. So our mitigation matches what the property to the north provided. One other thing that came up as far as the traffic, please keep in mind as part of the traffic study that we did, the environmental study that we did, our client is doing quite an extensive amount of offsite improvements, dedicating property and also doing extensive improvements in the dedicated right turn lane and deceleration lane. And so there's quite a bit of, improvements along, Mojave, we're having a dedicated right turn lane that doesn't interfere with flow of traffic. We have a deceleration lane on Amargosa. Again, that was something that the staff recommended and we're complying with it. So I just want to please keep that in mind, that our proposal is, treating quite a bit of offsite improvements. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Tran.
Thank you. And if I could add on the traffic study issue, the applicant did conduct a traffic study and all of those materials were presented to the Planning Commission, and I believe they were also in your agenda materials this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tran. All right, so with that said, the chair is going to close the public hearing. And for those council members that have time remaining, that would be Member Becerra, Mayor Pro Tem Irving, and me. You are free to ask follow-up questions from the public testimony we heard during the public hearing. So we'll begin with Member Becerra. Do you have any follow-on questions?
Mr. Webb, did you get this? We just got it when we got here.
Yes, I did receive that packet at the meeting today.
On page 2, factual background. It says, well, on page 1, it said that this applicant has been working with us since June 2020. Is that correct? Page 1, third paragraph.
I can't verify that exact date, but yes, it sounds
about right.
about right, yes.
Okay. And then we all know why everything just shut down, but then he started again on June 24th, 2020. Sounds about right?
Yes, there's been dialogue with staff over the last 2 years.
And as you recall, it's like you said, it's been good. He's been following back and forth of, how we know everything goes through because of what they want to build and what's the area, what we need to do.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And it also states here, on January 12th, 2022, is when the Planning Commission adopted the gas station policy.
That is correct.
Your time is up.
Thank you, Member Becerra. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes, Member Becerra basically asked questions that I was curious about, but I do want to ask one other question. Are there any other developers or projects that are similarly situated as this project? In other words, the project that we've been working with the developer or and since the adoption of what is the car wash policy, they're in a similar situation. I'm just curious. Because something about this seems untimely. In other words, we've been engaging with this developer and they've been meeting the requirements, correct?
Yeah, so I would agree that probably there's no appropriate time to kind of establish a policy that will help the planning commission make better decisions and more fair-handed decisions when it relates to, in this case, that we're looking at gas stations and car washes. Again, these are actions that the planning commission has the jurisdiction to take action on. So establishing a policy isn't out of their purview when they are more than an advisory body. They have jurisdiction to make land use decisions. They are the city council's planning agency. But to speak more specifically to your question, planning staff has documentation over these last 2 years with the applicant in bold at the front of their pre-submittal comments of the concern of the use adjacent to residential. And like I mentioned earlier, they made strides. I believe it even had a car wash, maybe a drive-through to start with. So that they did kind of ratchet back some of the impacts. They did provide that 50-foot buffer and landscaping in the block wall, but ultimately the planning commission, based on that public hearing, the full record, decided against allowing that use, and that's within their jurisdiction. It's also within the city council's jurisdiction to overturn them during this process through the appeal. But what I can say is that it was based on the impacts, based on current municipal code standard, and also based on the guidance that they put forward in a policy that helps guide their discretionary decisions, so that decisions on items, whether it's a suspension agreement or in this case, a gas station, are even-handed. So we have some uniformity in their decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if
Yes.
maybe Mr. Webb can help me out in this particular case, because a lot of focus on this particular item has been with respect to the gas station use and the fairly new gas station policy. But that's not all that was deliberated by the Planning Commission, is my understanding. And it appears that there's 3 areas where a conditional use permit is required, gas station being one. But focusing on conditional use permit, and we've used the word discretion, and that's exactly what's built into the code is discretion of the Planning Commission to decide if a conditional use permit will be granted. And one thing that we haven't talked about too much tonight is alcohol sales, because one of the CUPs would be for alcohol sales. And when you look at actually the language that's provided for in your code, when it comes to considering conditional use permits, it's the role of the Planning Commission and ultimately us as the council to determine if there's any adverse effects to health or safety of persons living or working within the vicinity of that particular project. So I want to make sure, just in full disclosure, as we're talking about this item, and the focus has been heavily on gas station and this new policy, there's more to it than just that. And speaking to the alcohol, I believe in the record, it was actually showing that there was an analysis done as to whether or not in that particular census tract, I think it is, whether or not there was an overconcentration of alcohol sales. And I believe the disclosure in the planning study was that there was in fact an overconcentration in alcohol sales. So I wanted to bring that to your attention because so much focus has been on this new policy when there's a little bit more to it than that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. So I think you may have just answered one of my questions, but I do want to confirm a couple of things. So a year and a half into this project, the Planning Commission created its own policy, and they're permitted to do that, yes or no, to make clearer the municipal code, the intention of the municipal code?
I would say yes. Scott may correct me. And I would say yes, because I do recall comments coming from this council that may have even influenced the planning commission decided to take on that kind of a policy, particularly as they relate to car washes. I do remember that coming from the council and may have influenced the commission to start taking consideration of that.
Okay, thank you. And so I think a couple things that the appellant said that I found compelling and perhaps persuasive. Mr. DeBortnowski, is it within the purview of the Planning Commission to make this kind of policy outside of the council?
Yes, I believe it is. They have that much discretion to do that, as Mr. Webb indicated. They go beyond just making policy. They do have a lot of discretion with respect to the municipal code and planning issues.
Okay. And in your opinion, is it, I mean, I'm trying to weigh this out very fairly. And I think about, you know, a prospective business spending a year and a half on a project and all of a sudden have things kind of changed midstream. Does the way this happened create an unnecessary burden on the appellant, the applicant?
Well, again, I'd have to look at the record for decision-making, but as Mr. Metzler pointed out, that was just one of the factors in the
Yes.
decision-making process. And there are other factors we can't go into the minds of the planning commission's commissioners as to what, you know, influenced their decision. But there were multiple factors. That certainly was one of them. The appellant obviously would challenge the decision based on that, I suspect, based on the memorandum that I looked at. But, you know, again, the planning commission at the end of the day has its discretion to make these types of decisions.
All right. And I just as a quick comment, I found this is an issue that I've actually had over the course of time. Mr. Tran's comment that there's a difference between preferential language and mandatory language. There is a huge difference between should and shall in my mind. All right. With that said, I have no further questions, and the chair invites a motion from the council.
I make a motion to deny city staff's recommendation and instead overturn the planning commission's decision and grant entitlements.
Mr. DeBornowski, is that sufficient in that language?
Yeah, I think the motion would be limited to just denial of the planning commission decision. Any further decision on this would have to go back to the planning commission. All they did was deny a conditional use permit. They did not provide any kind of conditions as to whether or not this project would go forward. I don't think the council should be doing that part of it. I think it would go back to the planning commission at that point.
So if there's a denial tonight, this would be punted back to the planning commission for further deliberation. All
So
right.
then I have a question in regards
Yes.
to the attorney's perception. So then my interpretation is that the attorney has just stated that the city council is not within the authority to create findings to be able to merit its decision currently, and it would like, or it says our authority is to remand and send it back to the commissioner's decision of discretion. Is that what you meant, sir?
I don't believe the planning commission made any decisions with respect to granting a conditional use permit. And that typically would be what the code would require. If this was to go back for their consideration of a conditional use permit, then it would be up to the planning commission to provide those and make those conditions.
Very good. So, Member Gomez, do you want to rephrase your motion?
Well, the essence of my motion is to reject the recommendation that we have in front of us and allow the city council's authority to create a findings and be able to vote now. And if we're not ready, I mean, whenever we're ready, we can cast our yay or nay.
Okay, so
It's up to the
that's,
planning commission
yes.
to provide for a conditional use permit and to establish the conditions therefore. So I think if you decided not to support the planning commission decision, I think the motion should be limited to denial of the planning commission resolution.
So then what's the purpose of the appeal if they can appeal to the city council and it has to go back to the commission? There was a fee established, needed to be paid. I'm just trying to comprehend.
I would be concerned that the city council has the requisite knowledge to provide adequate conditions to allow this kind of development to go forward.
So we don't have enough knowledge to vote, is that what you said?
If you have enough knowledge to vote, I'm not sure you have enough knowledge or expertise as to providing necessary conditions to make this.
Oh, okay, so it was just my understanding that the commissioners serve as quasi judicial and we're full-blown judicials, that we have that. If we had recommendation, we can fully understand and cast our vote rather than remand and send it over. But I mean, my motion still is the same, to reject the recommendations as stated by staff and to be able to do a findings and decide right in front of us, what will we do?
Thank you. So, and just to be very clear, quasi judicial does mean land use matters. All right, so with the motion as it's stated, is there a second? Hearing no second, that motion dies. The chair looks for another motion.
A motion that we follow staff's recommendation of our legal advice. We Andre said it.
All right, is there a second?
For point of
Yes.
clarification, you said you would move to support staff's recommendation. Staff's
Yes.
recommendation is to support and uphold the planning commission decision.
Yes.
Yes.
I second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second discussion on the pending motion. Okay, none from Mayor Pro Tem. Member Gomez on the pending motion.
Yes, I'm a little bit concerned because I felt that the authority of the council is being diminished right before our eyes. And I was under the impression that we can create a findings and definitely create a vote. So maybe if you guys clarify maybe it's with the motion that I'm not comprehending. There was something beforehand, like send it to the commission, but now it's like, let's adopt it. Are we trying to decide?
Sure, no. So the original motion that my colleague put forward was to overturn the planning commission's decision effectively. By doing that, then the next step in the legal sequence is that it gets remanded back to the planning commission. Mr. Dubnowski, am I correct on that?
That'd be correct. So the planning
So-
commission could establish conditional use permit requirements.
Right, so that wasn't seconded, so it died. And now Member Becerra has put forward a motion to adopt staff recommendation, which is to uphold the planning commission's decision. So we have a first and a second. Did you wish to comment on that motion?
No.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah.
I don't have any, yeah, I have one comment. I think initially I was swayed in one way, but as Mr. Metzler pointed out, there's another circumstance or another issue, and that's the saturation of a particular area with venues that sell alcohol. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And as for me on the pending motion, listen, this is a tough one for me because I'm very supportive of businesses in our community. And I found a number of the arguments made by the appellant as being very compelling. And I applaud the applicant's efforts to really put its best foot forward and make that investment in trying to make this work, especially when there seem to be moving guidelines. And I know that it sounds like those guidelines were within the purview of the planning commission, or I guess I should say mandates, although it sounds like that some of the language said should rather than shall, and that will always concern me. But that said, there are other issues related to this project. Perhaps if those other issues weren't, also at the forefront on this, I would certainly be deciding differently on this matter. And Mr. Tran, I want to thank you for your testimony before our council. It was very helpful. All right, with that said, the discussion period is now closed. Madam Clerk, will you please?
Mayor, I was under the presumption that you were going to keep within the scope of the motion, your comments, but you elaborated extra. And so because I've heard you state this in the past,
Madam
I
Mayor,
I didn't provide discussion. So I just wanted you to know that I was aware of that. And so I refrained from discussion.
Yes, one moment. So we have, and I appreciate, hold on, I appreciate Member Gomez, I appreciate your comments, but I think that mine were certainly germane to the pending motion. Is kind of arguing in a sense why it's all right to uphold the Planning Commission's decision. Councilmember Becerra has called the question, and I'm going to look for a response on that. Member Gomez, did you wish to comment further?
Yes, and I appreciate that.
With that said, hold on. So with that said, as there's a member of our council that wishes to comment further, Member Becerra's calling of the question now becomes a motion. Is there a second on the motion to call the question? Chair seconds. Madam Clerk, please take the vote on the calling of the question.
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
So thank you. So the discussion period is now concluded by way of that vote. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes for item number 2 with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. So we're now at 8:15 and we haven't even reached our public hearing items. I just, in respect for my colleagues, does anyone want to take a 5-minute break before we move on?
I would.
Yes. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break and return at we're going to take a 10-minute break and return at 8:24. Okay, everyone, we're going to begin again in 1 minute. Okay, can we have all the council members behind the dais, please? All right, it's now 8:24. We're resuming our open session after a short break. We're going to move on to our next business in order, which is public hearings, beginning with item number 3. This is the introduction of ordinance number 2428, amending section 2.16-020 of chapter 2.16 of the Victorville Municipal Code for the purpose of adjusting the salaries of the members of the Victorville City Council. Mr. Metzler, would you like to introduce this, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. On October 5th, 2021, the City Council considered an item and actually authorized an increase to its stipend, which is its monthly salary, from a current level of $942.82 to effectively become $1,200 a month. The City Council stipends are established via code. And so the approval of that at that time doesn't go into effect until first you codify that, which is effectively the action that takes place tonight. And presuming that the council does approve the code amendment to change the City Council stipend, the actual effective date for it to go into place would be not until after the next election. And the next election, of course, is this coming November. So with this, this item is brought back for your consideration.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council open and conduct the public hearing, close the public hearing, introduce ordinance number 2428 for adoption and first reading by title only, and waive further reading in full of proposed ordinance 2428.
All right, thank you very much. Now we're going to move on to technical questions for clarification as it relates specifically to the staff report. And then, of course, then more specifically, this is about whether or not to approve this ordinance. So we'll begin by taking technical questions. Member Becerra, this was originally your idea, so we'll begin with you.
No questions.
Thank you.
Questions.
Thank you. Member Gomez?
Yes, what percentage increases that stipend?
I have not done the math on it, but it's an increase of $257.18 over the current amount, which is $942.82. It is well below what you would be allowed to increase it to, which would be close to
28%.
Keith, are you doing the math?
28%.
28%.
Okay, so I had figured in my head maybe it's a 25. So since it's a 28%, is that an appropriate measurement to the cost of inflation that the rest of our communities would be able to see if they got a raise potentially for being employed in a public agency?
I would say yes, if you consider the time since the City Council last raised its stipend. The inflation factor, cost of living factor is very low if you consider the last time the council approved an increase.
And did we have the opportunity to do a 10-day notification before we agendize the item, or does that not follow within those guidelines or standards for approving a resolution?
We did publicly notice this as we standardly do for all ordinances.
So, but it wasn't a 10-day, it's probably a 72-hour?
Yeah, it's 10 days. I'm not aware of a 72-hour notification for an ordinance.
Okay, so it was, did you say it was published 10 days in advance?
Yes.
Thank you. And can the city council potentially stall this and place this on November's ballot to have the opportunity for Victorville residents to merit if the council should receive an increase in their pay? Or is that something that we wouldn't be able to place on a ballot if we had a 3-1 vote or majority vote?
I believe the answer is that you can. It's a completely different process, and you would actually have to take an action similar to what we took when we put a measure on the ballot. So effectively, you'd have to vote in a measure, and that likely would have to occur before July to get in to the registrar of voters. But you do have the authority to place a measure on the ballot and ask that question.
And then finally, how can the appearance of impropriety when the council raises its own wage or stipend be avoided when I don't believe there's been ample participation from the general public? Or do we have participation? Maybe something in writing that I missed or I didn't see much.
Well, the public certainly has had opportunity to participate. The October 5th meeting where this council actually deliberated on this item, that was a public meeting. It was a publicly noticed meeting. The public were invited to participate. Same again, actually, to a greater extent, we went through a public noticing process to further invite members of the public to participate. So I would say the efforts have been there.
And finally, what funding, there's probably an account that we're able to withdraw these funds from. What fund? Are they multiple funds? And if there were an increase, how often do increase get allotted before it reaches the $1,700 mark?
I'm not tracking or able to do the math right away on the $1,700 question that you asked. As to the first question, can you restate that?
Yes, so is it coming up from the general fund?
Oh, I'm sorry, it would come out of the city council's budget, which is funded from the general fund.
Okay, and is that budget, can that budget be restricted like the travel funds that the city council has of $1,200?
That's certainly something the council could consider if it were agendized and acted upon and directed of staff.
Okay, and finally, what kind of an impact can we see with, if this comes true November, I believe it's November 3rd?
Your time's up.
Thank you.
To answer the question, I think the impact is summarized on the addendum I handed out earlier. It's an increase of $257 a month per council person.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And before I move on to Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. DeBortnowski, this item was brought forward back in October, and all of these kinds of issues were debated and the council made a decision. So tonight is just the formality of adopting the ordinance in line with the decision the council's already made.
That is correct, and also should point out that it's consistent with the government code too. The government code has limitations on how much you can increase, and it's all in the municipal code as well as in the government code.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Have any questions?
Thank you. And I just have a couple, and thank you, Mr. DeBortnowski, for saying that. And this council, even though it's has taken a position that it would like an increase in its stipend, it's well below what we could have done, correct? So this is a very modest request compared to what we could have done.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that said, we're going to move on to the public hearing. So the chair opens the public hearing and is going to take public testimony. Madam Clerk, do we have requests to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any from either in chambers or Zoom?
That is correct.
Okay, so will you please set the timer for 30 seconds in case we have any Zoom members that are having technical difficulties. We want to assist them in being able to speak should they wish.
Madam Mayor, 30 seconds has elapsed and there's no additional speakers.
All right, thank you. The chair closes the public hearing, brings this item back to the council. Will the clerk please read the title of the ordinance?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Victorville, California, amending section 2.16.020 of chapter 2.16 of the Victorville Municipal Code, City Council compensation for the purpose of adjusting the salaries of the members of the Victorville City Council.
All right, so at this time, the chair invites a motion from the council as to points 3 and 4, having already satisfied points 1 and 2. Is there a motion?
Yes. Madam Mayor, I'd like to move to accept points 3 and 4 of staff's recommendations.
Thank you. We have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Irving, a second by Member Becerra. Again, that is to adopt staff recommendation on points 3 and 4. Discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Member Becerra. Member Gomez.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed in the fact that we don't have any individual that would come up and state during a public hearing the desire to deflect why there's an increase or not. And so that troubles me when we have something that we're deciding that's monetarily, and I guess it's very typical, but I did want to make part of the record that it's saddening to me to see this and not have one person come up, say yay or nay otherwise, besides, of course, the people who are getting the stipend from tax-paying dollars that are so hard-earned. And thank you.
Yes, thank you, Member Gomez. Member Becerra, did you have a question?
Yes, I did. If the city clerk remembers, what was the council's vote on to go forward with this?
I believe it was 3-1.
Yes,
The one against it was who?
Councilmember Gomez.
thank you.
It was Councilmember Jones.
No,
No?
that's not correct.
Oh,
No.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, so the chair has no comments on the pending motion, closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, thank you. So the council has adopted staff recommendation as to points 3 and 4. Moving on to item number 4, this is the award of construction contract septic to sewer conversion project. Mr. Metzler.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This is the first of the approved SEP conversions, which is effectively the septic to sewer. This is an effort that we have undertaken in large part due to the settlement that we had entered into several years ago with Lahontan in response to a number of SSOs, which basically are sewer spills due to a variety of reasons. So we were required to fund a certain amount, ultimately with the goal of improving water quality. And so we identified Old Town as our priority area to focus on. And we have identified a couple, but in this particular case is the one that's ready to move forward. It's a church facility on Avalon Street in Old Town. So this would effectively be awarding the construction contract to proceed with the transition from a septic system and tying them into the city's sewer system.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry, the author is your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gengler. He's available for any questions or comments you have.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council open and conduct the public hearing, close the public hearing, approve the notice of exemption, and award a construction contract to TR Stewart Corporation, DBA Roto-Rooter, in the amount of $24,089 for the septic to sewer conversion project.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to technical questions for clarification. We're going to begin with Member Gomez.
Yes, will commercial and industrial zones also be affected by the septic conversion project? Are they also going to be a part of it, or is residential multi-housing?
Okay, so before we move forward, I think that's a fine question for sure. But I just want to make sure, because I didn't say this earlier, Member Gomez, if you'll allow me, that this is related specifically to the award of whether or not to award the construction contract. So, Mr. Gengler.
Any property within the Old Town area is eligible. It could be residential, commercial or industrial.
I'm sorry, you said any area within what?
The area that's eligible is the Old Town Specific Plan area. So any property within that area would be eligible to participate in the project if it happens to be on a septic system.
Oh, okay. So is that just, okay, so it's a part of a settlement, so it's, yeah, I see that. And the next question is, I noticed that we did go with the lowest responsible bidder to be able to award the contract. But I understand that the lowest responsible bidder is not necessarily always the best to go with. So I was wondering, when we do grant this for today's decision, what other things went into it, the materials to be able to give this to the lowest responsible bidder, which is the lowest amount of cost?
Well, all the contractors that bid this project are qualified to do this kind of a work. They were all had the right qualifications, licensing, et cetera. So the low bidder was a recommendation based on the lowest responsive bid, and the low bidder met all those requirements.
And when we're able to provide these bidding processes, we don't have the opportunity to go outside of the scope of the municipal codes or the purchasing department's rules, right? To be able to tell our friend or our neighbor that we want them to get the job, and they should probably, we don't have that capacity, right? It's always within certain confines.
Well, correct. I mean, we are constrained to our city code and the public contract code.
Great, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions, thanks.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Thank you. And Chair has none on this. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing to receive public testimony. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And so with that said, the timer, please set it for 30 seconds to assist any Zoom audience members that may wish to speak but are having technical difficulties.
Madam Mayor, 30 seconds has elapsed and there are no additional speakers.
Thank you very much. With that said, the chair closes the public hearing and brings this item back to the council and invites a motion from the council as to points 3 and 4, having already satisfied points 1 and 2.
Madam Mayor, I move to accept items 3 and 4 as staff's recommendations.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. The motion again is to adopt staff recommendation as to points 3 and 4. Discussion on the pending motion
I
beginning
didn't
with
get a second. Oh, okay.
Member Becerra was the second.
Second.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Thank you, Member Becerra.
No, ma'am.
Member Gomez.
No questions.
Thank you. And the chair has no comments on the pending motion, closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has taken action in accordance with the recommendation posted on the agenda as to points 3 and 4. Now I'm going to move on to the consent calendar items 5 through 14.
Madam Mayor, I move to accept the consent agenda. Items 5 through, was it 14? 14.
Okay, we have a motion. Before I do that, we normally at least have a member or two wanting to comment briefly. Do we have any members wishing to do that?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And what item would that be, Member Becerra?
Item 6.
Number 6. Anybody else want to briefly comment on any of the consent items?
I'll comment on 9.
On 9, all right. Member Becerra.
I would just like to bring out, this is a quarterly report from our water division, and just what we heard this at the beginning of our meeting in public comment. There is deferred payment plans that's offered to the residents of the city of Victorville. They can look online, go to victorvilleca.gov, and there is help for our residents that need utility payment assistance for water. So it wasn't we brought it out, it's been in our agenda since we've gotten this. Also, congratulations on your climate award that you received.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Member Becerra. Member Gomez on on item 9.
Yeah, so item 9 deals with the purchasing power incremented to the current city manager. That would allow for different bidding thresholds to be bypassed for a certain allotted amount of dollars and other clarifying changes. This trouble that I have with the small clarification detail, it's not embedded and the city's not going to provide memos consistently for the city council. So that causes a little bit of trauma to the understanding of how transparent we can be with the purchasing power that we will be granted to the current city manager. That was all.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And so with that, I have a duty to ask a following question to our attorney. Does this item in any way give the authority to the city manager to bypass bidding requirements?
No, it does not. And also any expenditures are part of a city council approved budget.
All right, thank you very much. All right, with that said, Mayor Pro Tem, you made a motion. Was it to adopt staff recommendation on the various items?
Second.
Yes.
Yes, and yes. So we have a first by Mayor Pro Tem, a second by Member Becerra. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Gomez.
No on item 9, yes on the rest.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no on item number 9.
Thank you very much. All right, we're now going to move to our next business in order, which is written communications, beginning with item number 15. This is resolution number 22-047 of the City Council of the City of Victorville approving a memorandum of understanding between the City of Victorville and the Victorville Professional Firefighters. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. It was on May 18th, 2020, that the Victorville Professional Firefighters was formally recognized as an exclusive labor relations group for 3 classifications of firefighter employees. That'd be the firefighter paramedic rank, that'd be the engineer rank, and that would also be the captain rank, the 3 ranks that are effectively operating your apparatus out in the field. Since then, both the city and the VPF have worked to memorialize our relationship via memorandum of understanding, which is a document that's attached to this staff report. This 5-year agreement defines both union management rights, but it also defines compensation and benefits to represented members of the fire organization. This agreement provides in year 1 a salary increase to those ranks. In the rank of firefighter paramedic, it'd be a year 1 salary increase of 23.6%. For the fire engineer classification, it'd be a 14.5% increase, and then for the captain classification, it would be 12.8%. I think it's important to note that while those numbers sound high, those numbers were actually negotiated largely relying on a labor study, but it's also important to point out that the last time we've addressed compensation and benefits with the represented class was when we actually approved the first resolution establishing the department back in 2018. So with that, the agreement also identifies for years 2 through 5 an established cost of living increase of 3% annually. And staff altogether believes that this structure, this program, including the compensation increase, is really what's necessary to help address some of our competitiveness issues when it comes to recruiting. We do have a number of vacancies existing amongst those ranks. We believe that this rate increase will actually help our competitiveness. This agreement provides a number of other enhancements to compensation as described better in the staff report. And we're pleased to report that it's been reported to us that the VPF has unanimously approved this agreement. So with that, the authors on this item are myself and Deputy City Manager, Ms. Sophie Smith, who also served as the chief negotiator on this transaction. We're both available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That your honorable city council adopt resolution number 22-047, thereby approving a memorandum of understanding between the city of Victorville and the Victorville Professional Firefighters, and authorize the city manager to execute said MOU.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to take technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report, beginning with Member Becerra. Thank you. Member Gomez,
So we're still on item 5, correct?
15.
I'm sorry. 15. For the Calvus, and I don't have any questions for that item.
All right, thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you. The chair has no questions on this and invites a motion from the council.
Motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second to adopt staff recommendation. Discussion on the pending motion. Member Becerra?
Just a comment, Ms. Smith, Mr. Metzler, great job in putting this together. Fair across the board for everybody.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I'd like to congratulate the Victorville professional firefighters and commend our negotiations team. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez?
No, no further comments, questions.
All right, thank you. And I echo the sentiments of my colleagues, presuming this goes forward. So with that said, the chair closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra. Aye. Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has adopted staff recommendation on item number 15. We're now going to move on to item number 16. And in as much as items 16 and 17 are substantially similar in that the recommendations move us toward cleaning up longstanding loan issues, such the chair invites a motion to consider items 16 and 17 concurrently.
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second to combine the two items. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra. Aye. Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and read the titles on both items 16 and 17 respectively. 16 is termination of an interagency loan agreement and cancellation of the associated consolidated promissory note. Item 17 is the termination of the second amended and restated loan agreement related to an existing interagency loan between the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority and the city of Victorville, and authorizing the transfer of properties funded with the interagency loan from the city to the SCLAA, and declaration of exempt surplus land in connection therewith. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Yes, these items largely date back to as far back as 2005. And these are loans that have been on our books since that time. We started memorializing them as actual loans in about 2011. Prior to that, they were effectively interfund borrowings that weren't documented via loan instrument. And in the case of item number 16, those were loans particularly dealing with funds needed at that time to build stations 312 and 315. And the funding source should have been the fire development impact fee. And effectively, that fund is responsible for paying the money back. However, over the time, it has not been able to generate sufficient money to do that. And therefore, as a part of this item, we're effectively paying that loan off using general fund money. Item number 17 deals actually with the property across the street, and we've talked about that. We're actually doing some study work associated with that particular piece of property as a potential location for our police department. That's not going to stop. We're still going to look at that particular site. But this item effectively is returning the vesting of the property back to the airport authority for the meantime, since there isn't an ability or a plan for the city to repay the airport for having originally purchased that property. If it turns out that the city does in fact need the property and it is for a police department, then effectively we'll have to structure as a part of that project going forward, the city paying the airport authority for the property. Altogether, as you articulated, these items collectively clean up the books, removing them as loans from our financial statements. And so with that, the author on this item is your Deputy City Manager, Ms. Sophie Smith. She's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Very good. Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you read the recommendations for 16 and 17 respectively?
That the Honorable City Council adopt resolution number 22-033, authorizing the use of general fund monies to pay off the remaining balance due under the consolidated interfund loan agreement between the City of Victorville Development Impact Fee Fire Fund and the City of Victorville Development Impact Fee Road Fund, canceling the associated consolidated promissory note and approve an additional appropriation in connection therewith. For 17, that the Honorable City Council adopt resolution number 22-035, declaring city-owned properties as exempt surplus land pursuant to the Surplus Land Act, Government Code Section 54221F1D, and authorizing the disposition of such real property to the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority. Authorize the transmittal of a certified copy of the resolution to the Housing and Community Development Department, HCD Department, as is specified in Section 400E of the Surplus Land Act guidelines. And upon such disposition, authorize the termination of the second amended and restated loan agreement by and between the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority and the City of Victorville and related promissory notes. And that the Board of Directors of the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority adopt resolution number SCLAA 22-009, authorizing the acquisition of certain real property within the City of Victorville to the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, and upon such acquisition, authorizing the termination of the second amended and restated loan agreement by and between the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority and the City of Victorville and forgive the related promissory note.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We're now going to move on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to items 16 and 17. We're going to begin with Member Gomez.
Yes, so how is there consistency with policy 2015 in regards to the second amendment and restatement loan agreement?
Which policy are you citing?
2015, page 910. And just clarification for the approvals, and there's a second amendment, so I wanted to understand how is it that bringing that to the fore with policy 2015 brings it to, I would consider a match or maybe cogent, but that's language I'm embedding, so it's a perception I'm creating.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The action that was taken in 2016 on the loan for agenda item 17, the SCLA and the City Council loan, brought the two prior the prior loan agreement into compliance with Council Policy 1502, and is stated in the staff report. Is it better aligned it with a policy by clarifying the certain terms and ensuring that every 5 years the loan would be reviewed, which June 30th of 2021 led us to a review and led us to this recommendation here. So that's all stated on page 910 of the agenda.
The only thing, I heard you say policy 1502. I just want to make sure it's 2015 is what I'm looking at here. Maybe is there a discrepancy with 910, or maybe it was just stated differently?
So it's Council Policy CP 1502, but that was from the year 2015.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. What effects potentially, this is for item 16, what effects potentially will the general fund have?
Yeah, on item,
16 for the 2.2 million.
that's the fiscal impact of the general fund.
And with what funds is the intra-agency loan agreement and cancellation of the associated consolidated promissory note? Where is that going to come from? General funds, I presume? I don't know.
Yes.
Okay. And how will the funds be affected? When I look at general funds are impacted by so much, 42% combined with police and fire. And I wanted to know how we're mitigating maybe revenues, expenses. What are we doing to capture a surplus rather than what I would call a deficiency just by looking at one figure? Of course, I'm not the financial director either, so just clarification.
We're using available unencumbered fund balance. It's actual cash available in the general fund. We've actually analyzed in large part due to some fairly significant unexpected increases in general fund revenue. That's helping us pay for this loan, and that's effectively what would fund this loan retirement.
Okay, and how would the general fund recuperate the approximate 2.2? You can reiterate if it's the same explanation. I just want to ask the question.
The general
how-
fund will
I'm sorry, okay, but let me just finish it because I kind of interrupted myself. So how would the general fund recuperate the approximate 2.2 million, and what other goods and services will be affected?
it will not recuperate the 2.2 million.
And are there any legal agreements to assure that if the property is needed back from the SELA, that there is no unforeseeable issues that negatively affect the city or its funding sources? That's talking about the legalities of the property for the surplus, and I believe that's 17.
Your time is up.
I didn't understand the nature of the question.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No, I don't have any questions. We're settling debt. No, thank you.
All right, thank you, Member Becerra.
Yes, I do. Mr. Metzler, it was stated that we're deficient in general fund. I know I've looked at the budget and I don't see it as in deficient. That means negative, correct?
Yeah, it could mean negative. I would not characterize the position of your general fund as deficient. The general fund is actually very healthy right now.
Thank you. Also on item 16, the loan was, the $2.2 million loan was to finish building or start building 2 fire stations, one on Sunset Ridge and one on the Elevado, I'm assuming Elevado Mojave.
That's correct.
Are both those stations now being manned?
They are staffed, yes.
Staff, thank you very much. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Yes, thank you, Member Becerra. The chair has no questions on either item and invites a motion from the council.
Motion to approve items, staff's recommendations for items 16 and 17.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first by Member Becerra, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Discussion on the pending motion. Member Becerra. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Absolutely, millions of dollars are being affected, and when we bring both items, it diminishes the sense of asking for what is really happening with loans and debts, and I think that's something that we should be more cautious of, just thinking that it's nilly-willy. Cash and money is something that affects all of us. So I don't appreciate that we just combine it. It cut my time a little shorter. I had a couple of questions to be able to understand and decipher. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. However, the council did make a decision to combine both items, and the discussion period was related to the motion in particular. All right, so the chair has no discussion on the pending motion and closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item number 18. This is the approval of consultant professional services provider agreement for sewer main replacement rehabilitation projects. Agreement with Engineering Resources of Southern California Incorporated. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Dating back to 2016, 2017, you might recall that we had undertaken a fairly monumental effort to conduct a video camera survey of our entire sewer system. And from that, we got an entire condition assessment of that sewer collection system. And resulting from that assessment, there was a number of recommendations made to either undertake capacity enhancements to the sewer collection system or undertake certain rehab efforts to the collection system. And so after having done that, this consultant provider, Engineering Resources of Southern California, was actually brought on as an engineer to design 4 major projects. And upon completion of design, it was envisioned that ultimately they would go to construction. I'm sorry, not they, but we would award a construction after a bid process. We've actually completed that process entirely for 2 projects, and we have come close to completing on the remaining 2 projects for design. And so this item effectively actually creates an agreement with that same firm to complete the design work on a remaining 8,000 feet of sewer system, so that we could eventually take that design out to bid and complete the improvements that were envisioned approximately 4 or 5 years ago. With that, the author on the item is your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gengler. He's available for any questions or comments you have.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. The recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council approve the consultant professional services provider agreement with Engineering Resources of Southern California, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $109,358 for completing design services, including final plans, specifications, estimates, bidding, and construction support in any agency jurisdictional permitting for the sewer main replacement rehabilitation projects.
All right, thank you very much. And we're going to move on to technical questions for clarification as it relates directly to the staff report, more specifically to whether or not to approve the services provider agreement. So we'll begin with Member Becerra. Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, when will the condition assessment of the sewer collection be a story in the past? I asked this because it was due to a non-compliance out of the city and we were not attempting to, we're now attempting to comply with something that was settled many years ago. And I feel like we haven't accomplished much, or maybe it's just a very long enduring process and it's just been long and I keep hearing about this.
Well, the long enduring process is the management and maintenance of your collection system. And so long as you have a sewer collection system, you'll have a maintenance program to actually undertake. The actual video surveying, the condition assessment, that's already complete. And that's effectively what's driving the work that we are moving forward with here.
And is there a sunset date for this rehab project, or will we be revisiting it further in the future?
Well, I believe this item particularly is dealing with design-related services. And so typically, once we complete the design, then we actually start the formal bidding process and then effectively award a construction contract until we get to that point where we're actually in a position of awarding a construction contract. It's hard at this point, probably impossible at this point to estimate when we'll be complete.
Okay, so with what you've stated, I do really feel perhaps that this is not like an eternal construction project. So maybe like it would be finished within 5 years. Is that something typical?
Well, if you're looking at the totality of this item, when you consider the magnitude of the work that was identified as necessary, take for example, the capacity improvements out at Green Tree that we actually completed just before we started construction of the bridge. That was probably from start to finish a 2-year-long project. I think we would have liked to have been able to start them all at one time, but we also had cash flow management plans that basically identified it appropriate to build these over time. So they do take a while.
Thank you. And then my last question in regards to the approval of the services, that's not part of the CIP program, right? That's something completely distinct.
The design services, would they be, the CIP would identify the project and the design cost would be in the CIP. So the answer is yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
I guess this is a question, I think I already know the answer. We're simply expanding the scope of work with a consultant with whom we already have a relationship.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And the chair has no questions, invites a motion from the council.
Approve staff's recommendation.
Thank you. I have a first by Member Becerra, second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Discussion on the pending motion. Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Thank you, Member Gomez.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Chair has no discussion on the pending motion. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council's adopted staff recommendation. Moving on to item number 19. This is the award of contract to Automatic Gate Services Incorporated for installation of 4 automatic gates and concrete repair/replacement. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, really with the intent of trying to improve the security of the facilities at Station 312, which is on Elevado Road, Station 313, which is on Amethyst Road, 314, which is Jasmine, and 315 is Eucalyptus. Those stations need automation to their gate system to help better secure those facilities. Additionally, Station 313 is in need of some concrete repairs right along the entrance of that station. So with that, this item is effectively awarding the contract to do that work, automate the gates and do some concrete improvement work.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. The recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council approve the award of contract to Automated Gate Services, Inc. for the installation of 4 automatic gates at fire stations 312, 313, 314, and 315, and concrete repairs at fire station 313 in the amount not to exceed $155,163 for project CC 22-088.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to questions for clarification, beginning with Member Gomez related to the staff report and more specifically, whether or not to award this contract. Member Gomez.
So I'm noting that we're going to be awarding this contract for 4 different stations that are going to have these repairs for, right? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm looking at $155,000 for the award of the contract. And did we divvy up to know why all 4? I mean, do we have more stations than all these 4 that we're excluding one or another for the contract, or will we see that later on when we award the contract?
You may recall, and Chief Armstrong is on the Zoom, just in case I say something incorrect. But you may recall having recently approved improvements at Station 311. So to answer your question, we do have one more station that we operate out of. Chief Armstrong, did I, actually, maybe you can remind us what those improvements are that are underway at 311?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the public. I apologize. Hopefully you can hear me while joining via Zoom.
We can hear you fine.
And I'm on my phone as well, so if I break, my apologies. So the scope of work at 311 specifically required the gates and some other extensive concrete work as well. And that was a bit of a unique project. And because that was such a unique project and such an expensive project, we actually broke that up and addressed that first. And that was actually a priority. The rest of the gates at the other 4 fire stations were a bit more complicated because each gate was individually different, required a bit different approach. Some electrical was in place at some stations, electrical wasn't in place. So it took a lot longer to go around and visit those stations and determine the scope of work needed. And this is part of a bigger project to secure our fire stations, obviously. The gates exist, the fencing exists, and all really what we're doing here is making improvements to the gates and fences where we need to. Concrete is, as already mentioned, and then installing those automatic openers, Knox box keys, and keypads.
When we considered the approximate 155,000, did we allow for different bidding and then look for the lowest bidder? Is that still something we do with contracts?
We do, and we did. I'm sorry, Chief. You want to go ahead, Chief?
No problem. I'm sorry, I'm just a little bit delayed on unmuting. Yeah, we did. I worked closely with the finance department and purchasing to make sure that we followed all the city's rules and regulations with regard to this. We put this out, the normal advertising platforms, and I apologize, I can't off the top of my head what those are. And we had limited returns. And so after following those rules, we are seeking to award it to the person that returned. And incidentally, I believe this is the same company that did the work at Station 311, and we're very happy with their scope of work and quality of work.
Thank you. And finally, for the awarding of the contract, even though we're extracting Measure P dollars, that was within the scope of the plan, right? To be able to do such awards, I believe. We just probably didn't delineate a figure or a limitation, but it's still within the guidelines.
Certainly within the intent, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
No questions.
Thank you, and the chair has none, invites a motion from the council.
Move to, accept staff, what am I saying? Approve staff's recommendations.
Thank you. First and a second, Mayor Pro Tem and Member Becerra respectively. Discussion on the pending motion, Mayor Pro Tem.
No, ma'am.
Thank you, Member Becerra. Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, 4 gates, concrete, 455,000. Ouch. I had a lot of people reach out to me. And after my first vote, this is a secondary vote. That's a lot. And I had a lot of phone calls for that. So you will see it reflected in my vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And the chair has no comments on the motion. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. All right, moving on to, and again, the council has adopted staff recommendation on item number 19. Moving on to item number 20. This is the consideration of resolution numbers VWD 22-003 and VWD 22-004, resolutions of the Board of Directors of the Victorville Water District initiating proceedings to fix, levy, and collect standby charges for Water Improvement District Number 1 and Number 2 for fiscal year 2022-2023. Mr. Metzger, will you tee up the item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and members of the council. This item is being brought to you in your capacity as the Water District Board of Directors. And as we inherited two special districts, the Victor Valley Water District and the Baldy Mesa Water District many years ago, 2005-ish is my recollection, we inherited as well these benefit assessments that were in place in what we call WID 1, which is coterminous with the Victor Valley boundaries, and WID 2, which would be coterminous with the Baldy Mesa boundaries. And there's just a slight difference to them, but in both cases, they're required to be acted upon annually. And so this has actually become a routine item for us just before the budget. And if not approved by the council effectively, we would not be able to impose these benefit assessments to the property owners, and effectively we would not be able to depend on the revenues, which are actually expected as a part of our rate plan. But altogether in WID 1, as we call it, your action tonight in approving this would authorize, reauthorize a $10 per acre charge for undeveloped property that are situated within a 650-foot distance from a public water system. And then slightly different in WID 2, because bonds were issued to construct water system in the WID 2, all property owners in WID 2 are subject to a $15 per acre charge. So with that, the author on this item is your Director of Public Works and Water, Mr. Doug Matthews. He's here and available to answer any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable Victorville Water District Board of Directors approve resolution number VWD 22-003, authorizing the Victorville Water District to initiate proceedings to fix, levy, and collect standby charges for Improvement District 1 for fiscal year 2022-2023. Approve resolution number VWD 22-004, authorizing the Victorville Water District to initiate proceedings to fix, levy, and collect standby charges for Improvement District 2 for fiscal year 2022 through 2023, and set June 7th, 2022 as the date for the public hearing for the purpose of hearing arguments for and against determinations to fix, levy, and collect water standby charges as set forth in the aforementioned resolutions.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
Yes, I do. Mr. Matthews, if I may, Mr. Metzler? Mr. Matthew, this basically gives us, with water mains that run down the street, these, how do you say, acres can basically go right up to the water, connect and start getting water as long as they have their meter, correct?
For WID one, yes.
With one.
Yes.
And with two is because of, we took over from Baldy Mesa Water and they've already had the bonds and everything in place. We just basically took over their debt.
Correct.
And it's really best for with one to have it already in place, because then they don't have to bring in a main, they don't have to lay water, new water, nothing. They just hook up and go, where all the other residents that are already on the main have already paid for, because of the meter being there.
Right, and for residents outside the 660, they would have to construct improvements to get there. So it's truly in WID one an availability charge to have that water main there.
A benefit. Okay, thank you. That's it, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you, Member Becerra. Member Gomez.
So my question is, before I do that, how do the water improvements affect WID one and WID two costs to our residents?
I'm not sure which water improvements you're referring to.
The ones on item number 20, we're talking about certain improvements. So it says district initiating proceedings to fix, levy, and collect standby charges for water improvement district number 1 and number 2 for fiscal year 2022, 2023.
What I could tell you is that absent these benefit assessments from these vacant property owners, the money has to be made up somewhere. So actually your ratepayers, your residents would actually be negatively affected because they would effectively be looked upon to subsidize that amount of money that's not being paid by these vacant property owners.
Okay. And what is, if you can explain a benefit assessment?
It's a charge for enjoying the benefit of having a public improvement close to your property without actually having to pay for that improvement directly.
Okay, will we be looking at a benefit assessment within a user fee? Is that the same thing or is that completely distinct?
Completely different subject.
Okay, and with the benefit assessment, does it also include for WID 1 and WID 2, our residents? See, I'm looking at WID 1 and WID 2 as something completely alienated from the city, despite the fact that we're sitting as the directors. It may be clarification is just what I'm seeking. WID 1 and WID 2 is just Victorville residents, having the benefit of this assessment or the goods and services that were provided.
WID 1 and WID 2 are defined by jurisdictional boundaries. They're largely inside the city of Victorville jurisdictional boundaries, but there are actually some of the water district boundaries that are outside the city. Mountain View Acres, I believe, is one, and then very south in Baldy Mesa, south and west of our jurisdictional limits, we have ratepayers in the water district that are not in the city.
Okay. And for those areas where there's no dwellers or properties, I just want to understand, I know you're saying that the user has to pay for a vacant land. I just don't comprehend why would they do that? And if you can just explain that portion of it.
Because they're getting the benefit of a public improvement that they didn't directly have to pay for the installation of.
Okay. And how do Victorville residents get translated into the water improvement district 1 with 2? And you can reiterate, which you kind of elaborate a little bit, but that's a new concept that you brought into my attention.
I didn't understand the question.
Yeah, so formally I had said WID 1 and WID 2 seems like they're very alienated, very distant from Victorville. But you said something, well, we do have, I'm perceiving contracts with unincorporated areas, so they kind of play in with Victorville. We're like the umbrella for maybe, I'm just trying to explain what I think you would better explain.
Think of the water district as a separate legal entity from the city that has a separately distinct jurisdictional boundary. And then think about that separately distinct jurisdictional boundary largely being the same as the city of Victorville with small exceptions.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. All right, and the chair has no questions on this item and invites a motion from the Victorville Water District Board of Directors.
So moved to follow staff's recommendation.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a first by Member Becerra, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving to adopt staff recommendation. Moving on to discussion on the pending motion, Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Discussion.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, in trying to understand how this is gonna affect what I would call our water rate taxpayers, if that's not appropriate terminology, just you can correct me, but the charges that are being estimated are quite extreme. But of course, I don't have the analysis in front of me of how you guys created the data and relying on the evaluation of it. So it's just kind of concerning to see larger figures. And having someone pay for a benefit of an improvement, this doesn't sound like someone would say, well, I want to pay for that because I'm receiving the benefit. I don't live there though. So I was just trying to understand that part. It just doesn't sink in as you've crafted it for me, but I appreciate the detail that you provided. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And the chair has no discussion on the pending motion and closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. So the Victorville Water District Board of Directors has adopted staff recommendation.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
can we please take a 5-minute recess?
Yes, most certainly, until 9:30.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So, Mayor Jones, do you think that 20?
Yeah, that's my plan. If the council will force it, I'm going to certainly ask. I got you. Okay, so sleepy. All right, we're going to resume our meeting and we need our city manager. So, Ms. Smith, could you tee this up if we needed you to, so we could begin item 21? When we get there. You don't have to do it now. I just need a heads up or not, whether we should wait for Mr. Metzler. Okay, all right. Probably in about 10 minutes. It depends on where we are on an agenda item. The next item. You know, look at the clock and look at what we're facing. Depending on when we get to the next agenda item. All right, now we are resuming our meeting, having taken a short break. We're on item number 21, and this is the approval of amendment number 2 to the consultant professional services provider agreement with IEC Corporation for qualified electrical engineers, project number CC 20-066. Mr. Metzler, will you introduce the item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. IEC is a electrical engineer that VMIS has been relying on for a variety of electrical design services. The contract is principally served for development support. So when new development comes in especially, there's a system design requirement. And typically development actually reimburses us for those engineering costs. With the increase in development that we've seen, along with some additional work, including design-related work for the interconnect, we've got a need to actually amend the contract to add additional appropriation to the contract so as to keep our design services flowing. So with that, Brenda Hampton is your Director of Electric Utility Services. She's in the audience and she's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, can you read the recommendation, please?
That the Honorable City Council approves amendment number 2 to the consultant professional services provider agreement with IEC Corporation for qualified electrical engineers, project CC 20-066 in the amount of $100,000 for a new total not to exceed contract value of $200,000.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to move to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report and the amendment to the services provider agreement more specifically. We'll begin with Member Becerra.
Questions?
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes. So I'm looking at the consultant professional service provider agreement. And I'm just wondering if there's any foreseeable chance that we can see a third amendment. And with that, I ask because it's presumed that perhaps there was some unsupported services. And I believe the city manager's opening presentation or statements allowed me to comprehend in that fashion. Is that the case? Just seeking clarification.
I would say it's possible. I don't foresee it currently today because I think there's some variables that we really can't predict, such as how much development we're going to see over the near term. But just considering the nature of what I believe is said in the underlying agreement, that there are options to extend provided under the contract. I think it's a fair assessment to believe that to extend in future years the contract, likely additional appropriations would need to be made.
Okay, and since we are moving ahead to approve a second amendment for a consultation, I presume that we didn't have enough internal bodies to be able to sustain this project. And if that was the case, I was wondering if that has to deal with future projections of growth. And we're just kind of like getting ahead with ourselves, or
This contract largely responds to development. And as far as the actual bodies, VMIS does not have its own on-staff electrical engineer. And that's why we rely on these contract services to help with the design for the system enhancements that need to be made to accommodate development.
okay. And are the capacity upgrade projects in any way a part of the CIP projects or the reports? Actually, not the CIP, that's different, but the reportings that we get, I don't know, quarterly, I see reports for VMIS. Are those associated with the maintenance or the improve of forecasting future growth? I want to see if there's connection between the reporting and this item.
No.
No, okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Pro Tem Irving.
No question.
Thank you. And the chair has none, invites a motion from council.
Motion to approve staff's recommendation?
Thank you.
Second.
We have a first by Member Becerra, second by Mayor Pro Tem Irving. Discussion on the pending motion. Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Member Gomez.
No.
Thank you. Chair has no comments on the motion. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has taken action to adopt staff recommendation on item number 21. We're moving on to item number 22. And again, as we did earlier in the meeting, in as much as items 22 through 24 are substantially similar in that the recommendations are for the purchase of computers and the necessary supports of licenses, hosting servers and data storage and monitors. So as such, the chair does invite a motion to consider items 22 through 24 concurrently. If any members so moved, please feel free to say so moved. First by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Member Becerra. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, thank you. So now we're going to combine items 22 through 24. And I'm going to go ahead and read the title of each of those respectively. So for 22, it's the purchase of new Dell computers and monitors. 23 is the purchase of new software licenses for Microsoft SQL Server. And 24 is the purchase of new Dell hosting servers and data storage. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, these are all items necessary to help upgrade our equipment needed to operate, along with providing the software and storage to host all of our data. So the authors on these items are Mr. Matt Pugh, our IT officer, and he's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. And Madam Clerk, the recommendation on each of those items, 22, 3, and 4 respectively, please.
That the Honorable City Council award the purchase in the amount not to exceed $302,903.73 to Dell Marketing LP to acquire 163 new Dell computers, 45 new Dell monitors, and 5 new monitor soundbars. That the Honorable City Council award the purchase in the amount not to exceed $41,508.80 to Dell Marketing LP for 16 Microsoft SQL Server, 2 core licenses to support new database servers for the city's enterprise resource planning software suite. That the Honorable City Council award the purchase of 8 new Dell VX Rail server and storage machines with accompanying network equipment in the amount of $1,283,416.26 to Redesign Group and Adopt resolution number 22-049, approving an additional appropriation in the amount of $835,000 to the general fund information technology infrastructure equipment expense account.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And with that said, the chair is going to invite technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff reports. We're going to begin with Member Gomez.
Yes, is the funding for items 22 to 24 coming from ARPA and other funding sources or just ARPA COVID-19?
The funding for the new computers that are going to the city library will be coming from ARPA. All other purchases will be a combination of the general fund, the technology surcharge fund, which is collected out of permitting and licensing fees from the EnerGov system, as well as various other enterprise funds that are in need of additional equipment to support their needs.
Okay, so to create context, I don't know if this next question is related to the library, but if it's so, you can answer it accordingly. So will the purchase and the upgrade of the software indirectly improve the services rendered to the general public when conducting city-related business for the rendition of goods and services? And that question comes to mind because I'm just thinking about here. I wasn't thinking about the library. So is that pertinent to the library or?
Yes, the new computers and monitors for the library will improve their ability to give public access to the internet by having faster computers and larger monitors to allow them to surf the web in a more pleasant manner, so to speak.
Okay, so item 23 licenses deal with just that item, not the former and the post.
I'm sorry, number 23 for the SQL server
Yes.
licenses is to support our enterprise resource planning software, which we use to conduct our budgeting every year, our human capital management, asset management, and various other important city functions that software supports.
So is that exploratory? It seems like we have 16 new. So the word new brings attention to something that we're probably wanting to have, or maybe we never did, but we can because we have the money.
So the need to increase the computing power of that software so that staff can operate more efficiently by essentially not having to wait on the computer to perform certain automated processes is essential to keep things moving forward. And this licensing is required to give the servers that these databases will be hosted on enough computing cores to perform those computing processes. And 16 was settled upon as essentially a doubling of computing power over the existing, which is typical within the information technology industry. Typically will grow by a factor of 2 when you're upgrading equipment.
Okay, thank you. For what item specifically is directed towards the library and its information that you were providing?
Number 22.
Okay, number 22. My next question is, in what merits the licenses for the support? I kind of understood what you said, but the reason I ask is when we increase potentially the wait time from having to help, are we indirectly benefiting the people who are coming from the community so that they're not, waiting upon us for internet usage and or whatever needs to go with that?
And that's regards to number 22 or number 23?
No, that's in regard to the 16 licenses. For
Correct.
Class
So
B.
increasing the computing power of that enterprise resource planning software will indirectly benefit the public insofar as the public-facing website that citizens use to pay their water bills and sewer bills will be able to operate faster. And it will be less likely for that portal to go down really at any time throughout the day. Currently, with the computing power that's allocated to that, it does drop out during the day intermittently, sometimes 2 or 3 times a day, depending on the strain on the servers.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't know, for some reason, I had a question, but I think I'm gonna pose it, I'm gonna ask it differently. Can you paint a picture, like if items 22 through 24, one of them is not approved, how would that adversely affect us?
If number 22 is not approved, it would just really delay upgrades to staff user computers. Item 22 is geared at getting computers that are compatible with the softwares that those staff use, primarily the plan reviewing software. That software is very graphics card intensive, meaning Because of all the data being displayed on the screen by the software, it requires additional computing power, which increases the cost of the computer, unfortunately. So they would have to operate on computers that don't run as efficiently and would therefore cause them to take longer amount of time to perform plan review. On item 23, if that's not awarded, we would have to keep the enterprise resource planning software on a much smaller server that will not be able to support the needs of the overall city. And, like I said, staff would have to wait in some instances 4 to 5 hours for a process to complete, where if you increase the computing power, it can take 4 to 5 minutes in some instances. Number 24, if we do not go with that solution, we would have to start exploring potential cloud solutions, which would essentially cost the same amount of money, but spaced out year over year, as essentially a subscription to use other people's servers and storage, which introduces additional cybersecurity threats because that data is no longer stored on our site and we have a lot less control over how we protect that data.
Thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
All right, Member Becerra.
Thank you. Would it be safe to say that since COVID, the last 2.5 years, our computer usage and storage has probably tripled?
That would be fair.
So this was something we couldn't have planned for. This is something we couldn't have, we were gonna upgrade our computers. We upgrade our computers whenever everything happens, but the data storage, the amount of service, if I'm not wrong, we do plan check now online, which started.
Correct. Plan check is done 100% digitally now, whereas 4 or 5 years ago, it was done on paper.
And we would have, eventually we would have went to that, but due to the fact, like I said, of COVID, it pushed us into the new era real quick.
Correct.
Thank you very much for this. No further questions, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you, Member Becerra. And just to give like a broad view on 22 through 24, this is really, the bottom line is it increases efficiency in city operations.
Correct.
Okay. All right, with that said, the chair is going to move on and invite a motion from the council to adopt individual staff recommendations for items 22 through 24. If you agree, say so moved. We have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Irving, a second by Member Becerra. Discussion on the pending motion, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Member Becerra. Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, so it's my understanding that 22, the item deals mostly with library in the context, and then the other two also with city services. And if that's my correct understanding, and that's, I'm posing my comment because if there's any misunderstanding, I would like to be corrected so I can cast my vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And the chair has no comments on the pending motion. And Madam Clerk, will you kindly take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes on 22, no on the other two.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no on 23 and 24.
All right, and so before we move on to item number 25, it's about 10 minutes till 10. And policy requires that we complete new business, or we cannot take up any new business after the 10 o'clock hour. And that, of course, is those items within the written communications section. So while I suppose it would be possible to finish at 10 o'clock, it's not plausible. And so the chair invites a motion to extend our time beyond 10 o'clock, and in a motion, please set a time certain. At what time, maximum time do you want to conclude?
No. No.
Okay, so the chair would invite 10, the chair would invite 10:15.
We extend the time.
Maximum 10:15.
Oh, okay. You have my support.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have a first and a second to extend our meeting no later than 10:15 as it relates to taking up any new business. And Madam Clerk, will you take a vote on that motion?
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes, indeed.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
So we can all see it's almost the 10 o'clock hour. All right, so moving on now to item number 25. This is the conduct of city council meetings pursuant to AB 361. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This is really a housekeeping item that gives us the flexibility to conduct our meetings remotely as members of the council. And so we did have to do that at the last meeting, and we have to evaluate now pursuant to AB 361 every 30 days. So with that, just again, housekeeping item that has been authored by your city clerk, Ms. Jennifer Thompson. She's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. And Madam Clerk, the recommendation on this one.
That the city council make the following findings. A state of emergency as a result of the threat of COVID-19 still exists and continues to impact the ability of members of the public, the city council members, city staff, and consultant presenters to meet safely in person. In the state of California and the city of Victorville continue to follow safety measures in response to COVID-19 as ordered and recommended by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, California Department of Public Health, and/or County of San Bernardino, as applicable, including facial coverings when required and social distancing. And the city council hereby declares that pursuant to these findings, city staff are authorized to utilize teleconferencing accessibility to conduct public meetings pursuant to AB 361 and Government Code 54953 as amended thereby.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We're going to move on to technical questions for clarification. And we're going to begin with Member Gomez.
Yes, so is this a discretionary measure that can potentially be ignored if we didn't want to use AB 361 since we have to review it every 30 days?
So when you make the findings, if you determine that you no longer need to continue under those findings, then you can move forward with normal meetings.
So normal means just no more Zoom or no more telephonic presence?
So no more members of the council conducting or voting off-site location. So teleconferencing from a different location.
Okay, so then I think that answers what are the impacts of not adopting AB 361 for council, but does that also affect the general public?
So in the conduct of the meetings for the general public, if they came into City Hall, then they would be required to social distance. They wouldn't be sitting right next to each other. Masks could be required.
Despite the fact that we don't have a mask mandate, that would be a local policy that we can implement. I'm just trying to understand AB, and I don't have anything against. I just want to make sure that it's the easiest possible way to have the most amount of people that participate, whether you can show up in person or you have now accessibility through your phone or via Zoom. I have nothing against it. I'm just kind of wanting to understand if my understanding is accurate.
So I think what you're saying is will the public still be able to participate via Zoom? And that has not changed. So AB 361 doesn't change that ability. It changes the ability for the council to be able to participate remotely in cases where there could be issues of transmission or anything like that.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions.
Thank you, Member Becerra.
Ms. Johnson, I'm understanding if we vote no, we have to be here, but the public, i.e. Ronald McDonald, can still log on and ask us crazy questions over the internet? How does that stop?
So if you're asking about whether or not we can get rid of Zoom, AB 361 doesn't require that to be an option. So if the council so chose, we could move away from that Zoom ability.
I think saying it differently, just to focus on AB 361, this is really necessary to provide an alternative means for the council to participate in meetings remotely without having to publish where they're conducting the meeting from and opening that facility up to the public. Absent COVID, if we were 4 or 5 years ago, anytime before COVID, if a council member wanted to participate in a council meeting remotely, say you were traveling and you're in New York City, you would actually be required to publish a notice that where you're actually conducting that meeting from, and technically you'd be required to make that facility open to the public. That's what's really being foregone here in this particular item. Allows you to operate remotely, as a few of us did in the last meeting, without declaring your place of location publicly accessible.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. And just to be clear, so this covers 30 days going forward, and it also covers 30 days going backward in time.
I believe it to be 30 days from the adoption. So when we conducted the last meeting, we had to make these findings within 30 days, and then they
Right.
should be good 30 days.
That's what I meant. Yes. Okay. All right. So I have no further questions and invite a motion from the council. Okay, Chair moves adoption of staff recommendation.
Second, no.
We have a first by me and a second by Member Gomez. Discussion on the pending motion. I have none. Member Gomez?
Yes, I agree with this way of conducting business. The only thing is, every 30 days, do we have to make a finding? That just needs clarity on my end.
We're in the comment period, but that is a question that ought to be answered.
Only if necessary.
Oh, okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Member Becerra? Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions.
Okay, so Chair has no comments on the pending motion, closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, so we have adopted staff recommendation. Moving on to item number 26, Selection Committee's appointment to the Measure P Oversight Committee. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. In connection with having placed Measure P on the ballot, which was ultimately adopted, the council at that time adopted by a resolution requirement that there be an oversight committee in place to review the budget and also review the audit associated with funds generated and spent. And so last year was the first time we formed a Measure P committee. We were actually able to form it with 4 members, even though the resolution calls for it being a 7-member board. Since the last appointment of that board, we've actually lost 1 member, but we did undertake a recruitment earlier this year. And we did solicit applications. We did review applications both from this period and from prior period, because we didn't get a very good response from the public expressing interest. But that notwithstanding, we were able to review applications. Mayor Jones and Mayor Pro Tem Irving were a part of the review and recommendation committee, and the recommendations being brought forth before you tonight are to appoint the 2 members named here in the staff report, Mr. Edwin Henderson and Mr. Jeremy Taylor. And those are the recommendations carried forward by the selection committee. So with that, I'm the author on this item, but really the author is Mr. Tony Camargo, who is here with us on Zoom. We're both available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
That your honorable city council appoint the following to the Measure P Oversight Committee: Edwin Henderson, resident member, nonprofit social services provider; Jeremy Taylor, resident member of Youth Recreation.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, questions for clarification, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem.
Of course, I don't have it.
Member Becerra. Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, by having the addition of these members, what were, I mean, it took a little while long for this to occur. What were some of the requirements? Did the requirements change between the original requirements to now, or were they still stayed the same? What occurred?
None of the requirements changed. They all stayed the same.
Okay, was there a reason why we didn't have someone apply, or if they did apply, why we weren't able to bring them forth to the council to have a full board?
Because via resolution, the resolution identifies that a review process be first undertaken by a committee comprising the mayor and mayor pro tem, and I believe even city manager.
Okay, and then finally, for So it's 7 members. When we considered the 7 members, did we include gender, age, maybe cultural background to make sure that we have a distinctive democratic way of perception so that when we get recommendations, it's hopefully as diverse as possibly with language and anything that, could affect our community?
Okay, so Member Gomez, this
Oh.
item relates directly to the appointment of these 2 particular individuals.
Yes.
But not the entire process.
Okay, so because that question won't be responded to and that affects the way that I vote, I don't have any further questions. I wish I knew a little bit more in that regards, but I have no questions in regards.
Thank you. If it helps Member Gomez, Mayor Pro Tem and I are very conscious of making sure that we have a very well-balanced and diverse
I'm glad you addressed that.
Measure P Oversight Committee. Thank you. All right. I have no questions for clarification. Invite a motion from the council.
So moved to accept staff recommendation.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. Discussion on the pending motion. Member Becerra. Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion. Yes, I do. I want to say this was a long, tedious process. And I want to thank the selection panel. I appreciate Councilwoman Gomez's questions. Yes, all of those things that you mentioned, diversity, gender, all those things were considered. But we only had so many people, especially the second round, to apply. Also, I just want to say congratulations to the newly appointed members, and I'm sure they're going to do a fine job. Thank you.
Thank you. With the understanding that they are approved in just a moment. All right. So Member Gomez.
Yes, so I like to pose, I don't know how many women we have. I wish we had more than 2 women here. It's just a different perspective. I wish we also had more of the younger crowd. I mean, the younger crowd are very boisterous, and I think sometimes if we don't have them, it could be missing. If we have people who have limited English, I think that would also allow for this, but if we don't have people signing up, I mean, it may be difficult, but we have 130,000 residents, and I just don't understand sometimes how we can get more engagement to have more diversification in the voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And, I too want to thank the team for working diligently to fly these positions again and vet them and bring them before the committee. It was, in fact, a bit of a process this time, but we are obliged to comport ourselves to the requirements that were set forth in the resolutions, which detailed out what each of those positions required. And so first and foremost, we always look for, whether or not they fit into those categories by the requirements placed in the resolution. All right, with that said, the chair closes the discussion period, invites a motion from the council.
Wait,
Oh, I'm so sorry. It's 10 o'clock, that's why. All right, discussion period's closed, and Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, moving on to, we've adopted staff recommendation on that one. Moving on to item 27. This is consideration of providing public comment to the State of California Fish and Game Commission at their June 15, 16, 2022 public hearing in opposition of listing the Western Joshua tree as a threatened species under the California Endangered Species Act. This item was originally requested by Member Becerra, but as I understand it, she would have Mr. Metzler tee up this item. So, Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. October 2019, the Center for Biological Diversity petitioned California Fish and Wildlife to consider the Western Joshua tree as an endangered species. Western Joshua tree was then, as it was petitioned, the Fish and Wildlife Commission actually then established it as what's considered a candidate species, which basically protects it until such a time as the study and a determination can be made by the Fish and Wildlife Commission. So it's been in candidate species status since then. And then recently, and we even read about this, Fish and Wildlife staff had completed the study on the issue and determined that the Joshua tree was plentiful and recommended not to list it as an endangered species. The issue is not done, however, because the ultimate decision rests with the Fish and Wildlife Commission, despite staff's recommendation. And I'm told, based upon information that I received today, that it's very likely that the Fish and Game Commission not follow staff's recommendation, though maybe not considered endangered. It sounds like the commission's considering listing it as a threatened species, which ultimately would have a negative effect to development, not just here in Victorville, but certainly in the entire high desert. So there is a Fish and Wildlife Commission meeting in Orange County or Los Angeles coming up. We probably should plan on attending. That's June 15th, June 16th, through a concerted effort with the county. I know the county is asking that we participate, and to the extent we can have an elected president, we will. But this particular item is dealing with putting our position officially on record, so that at the very least we can have something into the record opposing the listing of that Western Joshua tree as threatened. I would encourage, though, to provide staff with some latitude to provide some minor non-substantive change to the letter, just to be able to strengthen a little bit, to show what we've already been doing to protect the species, including using the code to enforce punitive measures in the event Joshua trees have been harvested or basically torn down illegally. Also, we've done things to relocate them. So we want to be able to express what we've done to be able to actually enhance and protect that species. So with that, the Scott Webb is your city planner. He authored the item. Both he and I are available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
That the Honorable City Council authorize the mayor to submit a letter to the State of California Fish and Game Commission in opposition of listing the Western Joshua tree as a threatened species under the California Endangered Species Act.
Madam Mayor, I call the question due to the fact time constraints, and everything is in the report.
I appreciate that, and I know that I almost invited you to do that once before, and I erred in doing that because we do have to have an opportunity to make a motion. That's when, once a motion is made, that's when we can call the question. We don't have that before us.
Motion to approve staff's recommendation on the letter.
Okay, I have to allow an opportunity for council members to ask questions. Unless, I don't know, Mr. DeBortnowski, can we forego that process of asking questions?
I would assume it'd be appropriate to still ask questions before you even consider the motion.
That's what I thought. Okay, so beginning with you, Member Becerra, since this is your item. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No question.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yeah, what language will the mayor be using?
It's on the back, the letters here.
It's provided? Okay.
Yeah,
so-
there's a sample letter if that's what we're talking about. The sample letter, and we would just make some non-substantive changes to it to enhance our position.
Okay, and how important is the nature of the plant that is rare in the desert for legislation to be crafted as advisory to the Cal Fish and Game Commission?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get the
How important, so we're putting a level of importance to put weight between members to vote on this. And this is a rarity of a plant, it's been discussed, but the opposition is to, we don't believe that it's a certain way that it should be presented. So when I say how important is the nature of a plant, which is a Joshua tree, that is rare to the desert, Mojave Desert, for legislation. So I'm presuming when we create a response, we're not only doing a legislative recommendation, but it becomes very advisory. So what weight are we putting on that letter if there's value to the letter for the city of Victorville to put that letter forth?
We'd be putting the weight of the city council and it acting as a legislative body that has standing in this issue. And I just have to be clear about one issue because you used the word rare. The actual professionals at Fish and Wildlife and their biologists have not defined this species as rare. In fact, they've clearly identified it as plentiful.
Okay, if the city council feels strongly about this topic to oppose this item, can we translate into adoption of a resolution in conjunction with the recommendation to the Fish and Game?
I would say it could, but it's not necessary.
Okay. And what data was utilized in the item to craft the Western Joshua tree as a threatened species under the California Endangered Species Act?
Okay, so that's going beyond the scope. This is just about whether or not to authorize the mayor to submit a letter.
I was just trying to evaluate if the opinion from fact, and I didn't see any data, so I was wondering if there was data collection, but if there wasn't, it's fine. And lastly, since we don't merit to do a resolution, is it because the weight of a recommendation is more important or weightier or valuable than a resolution to be proposed?
Certainly a resolution could send a stronger message, but again, it's not necessary if the council takes action. This is just expressing a position on a matter being considered by their board.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. And the chair has none. Member Becerra, would you like to make the motion on this?
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Staff's recommendation.
First and a second, discussion on the pending motion. Member Becerra, Mayor Pro Tem, Member Gomez.
Yes, so I had multiple conversations with several individuals from the Sierra Club, several individuals that really do care about what environment looks like. And some of the things that were being brought to me were the importance of the biodiversity of the plant that we have here as a Joshua tree. And so I just wanted to let you guys know, for the record, there's other people that may not feel that as valuable. So thank you, I appreciate it.
I take that as does. Do we have a second on the calling of the question? Chair seconds. Madam Clerk, take the vote on the calling of the question.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez,
No,
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Did you?
I'm finished. Yes, I did.
It doesn't matter, the question was called, so
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
She's finished, yes.
Mayor Jones.
yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
So now we're going to go ahead and take the vote on the motion.
Councilmember Becerra, Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, so it's now 10:12. Mr. D. Bortnowski, I don't recall anything in our policy that prohibits us from making one additional motion to extend the time by a few minutes.
That's correct. You could do that if you would like.
Okay, so the chair invites a motion to extend the meeting to no longer than 10:25. Is there a second? Okay, we have a first and a second, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Becerra, Councilmember Gomez,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving, Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
I didn't spell yes, I said no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Fail motion.
We still have 2 minutes, so we are compelled to conclude any new business in 2 minutes. So item number 28, the same concept as our last one, letter of support for Assembly Bill 2836. Mr. Metzler.
Yes, very straightforward, just expressing our position on this bill that would allow for an extension of funding for a period of time through 2033.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
That the Honorable City Council authorize the mayor to submit a letter to the Honorable Chris R. Holden, Chair of the Assembly Appropriations Committee, in support of AB 2836, to authorize the funding associated with the Carl Moore Program and the Clean Air Incentives Program.
Thank you. All right, with that said, we're going to take questions for clarification. Well, it's 10:14. We're not even going to be able to, we can finish this
You can
one.
finish this item, certainly.
Can I take a motion to reduce question time to 1 minute rather than the 2?
You could do that if you wanted.
Okay, Chair invites such a motion.
Second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, the vote.
Councilmember Becerra, Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving, Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Member Becerra. Member Gomez.
Yes, so when I'm looking at the clean air incentive programs, I somehow when I'm looking at the clean air incentive programs, I'm associating it with the MD, AQMD. Is there any relation with that agency in terms of how we're dealing with the program tonight?
The AQMD is one of the air quality districts that partner, one of the air quality districts of about 35 or so throughout the state of California that partners with CARB, which is the California Air Resources Board, to administer these funds.
So was this a discussion that we formally had about the air quality standards replacing that? It's just something new that we brought up to today's meeting?
The genesis for this item was the Air Quality Management District asking all of their member agencies at one of their recent board meetings, and I believe that's why Councilmember Becerra brought it up at the last meeting, which is before you tonight.
So the discussion seems to pertain only of the upgrade of older equipment. So are we wanting to just adopt the incentivized program through supporting some recommendation with AB 2836?
There's a general desire out there to have monies available to encourage the purchase of newer equipment that is less air polluting.
Okay, and I suppose to some degree what it does, it addresses.
Your time's up.
Thank you. All right, and Chair has no questions and invites a motion from Member Becerra.
Motion to approve staff's recommendation. Second.
First by Member Becerra, second by Mayor.
No question.
I'd like to make a secondary motion to table this item because this item is not being purported within the guidelines of transparency just because we want to finish at a certain time. I don't see why this cannot be pushed over to another day if that's an urgency. That's my motion.
We already have a first and a second on a motion, but we'll take that as a substitute. Is there a second? No second, motion dies. We're at the main motion, discussion on the pending motion. Member Becerra. Mayor Pro Tem. Member Gomez.
Yes, like I said, we're not doing due diligence to the public. If we don't want to be elected and be here for the time, then what are we doing here? Thank you.
Again, related to the
Yeah,
motion.
it is.
Chair has no comments on the pending motion. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk. The vote.
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Okay, so the chair has a proposal for the council's consideration. So because we've exceeded the time or, met the time on new business and looking at the fact that we only have one item remaining, 29, the chair wishes to propose for a motion that we take up item number 29, forego items, we would have to do 30 through 32 anyway, forego those items this evening, limit the questions for clarification to 1 minute as well as the comment period on a motion to 1 minute.
That's second.
Yes, we have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, the vote.
I have a point of order. Didn't we just say we're not going to go over? I just need clarification.
Yeah, I just made another motion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez. Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. So item number 29, this is consideration of proposed city council resolution 22-015, adopting revisions to the city of Victorville City Council Policy and Procedures Manual. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9 of the policy manual were asked to be reviewed to address in Chapter 8 questions over dealing with the award of certificates and proclamations. And then Chapter 9 dealing with clarifying certain provisions, dealing with the appointment to boards and commissions. Since the council asked for this item to be brought back, city attorney, city clerk, and my office have worked with you and solicited feedback to incorporate a draft that is before you tonight for deliberation. This item was authored by the city attorney, Mr. Andre DeBortnowski. He's available for any questions or comments you have.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
That the Honorable City Council review and consider their proposed revise City Council Policy and Procedure Manual, and adopt Resolution 22-015.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report specifically. 1 minute time frame beginning with Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
I only have one question. I know that all of my colleagues participated and gave input for chapter 8. I don't recall, did we all participate and give input for chapter 9?
You did not all participate in chapter 9. Again, we were directed just to make revisions to chapter 9 to make it consistent with California law and the METI Act. It was really just a cleanup item.
Thank you. Member Becerra.
No questions.
Member Gomez.
Yes, so that's the first time I've heard of the clarification for number 9 to have anything done. It would be appreciative to have that publicly known so that when anyone wants to contribute, they at least know anything extra would be changed. I had no clue that was happening. And then I'm looking at guidelines and procedures for the ceremonial conditions here. Those are in red is what was modified. Is that correct?
That's correct. There's a red line that shows the modifications, which was an attempt to harmonize and incorporate comments received by all 4 council members.
And is there a legend that describes what green and the color blue mean?
They're just different comments from different council members try to incorporate into one place.
So that it's safe to say that you incorporated all 4, because I'm trying to see where mines were incorporated, but
All
I don't
4
see
were not
okay.
incorporated. That was impossible. We tried, like I said, harmonize and incorporate the concepts that were provided by the council members.
Did you provide any of that incorporation as attachments so that we could see what was able to be incorporated and which council members' items were not incorporated?
No, we did not.
Okay. And then finally, it looks like we had a lot of, I don't know why we worked on punctuation. I mean, that's probably.
Time's up.
Thank you. All right, and I have no technical questions for clarification. And the chair invites a motion to adopt staff recommendation as to point 2. That's resolution number 22-0115.
Second.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. And discussion on the pending motion. Mayor Pro Tem.
No, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you. Member Becerra. Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, in order to be able to have reputation of transparency in the city of Victorville, I think it would merit to start including all council members' contributions, not just select council members, because that just purports a sense of discrimination for whatever reason or neglect. And so I would appreciate that we start incorporating everyone's, not just 1 or 2 persons. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And so just very, very briefly, I like the changes, especially on the ceremonial items. It allows some of the things that have already been done to become explicit rather than tradition, and actually just follows in a lot of ways the same procedures, just with a different person. It's not possible to have every single recommendation incorporated because some of the views were very disparate. And so I congratulate Mr. Deportnowski, Mr. Metzler for harmonizing all of the input into one concise and coherent revision to both of those chapters. With that said, the discussion period's closed. Madam Clerk, the vote.
Councilmember Becerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Irving.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, with that said, we've already decided to waive items 30 through 32 this evening. With that said, our business for this meeting is concluded. And as a matter of housekeeping, all council members, staff, and audience members will kindly vacate council chambers and City Hall within 10 minutes. That's 10:33, so that the facilities may be cleaned and secured for the evening. Members of the public are not permitted behind the dais. This meeting is adjourned.